Good morning. The Committee on Parole is called to order. It's 9:00 a.m. on Tuesday, 2025.
Right here. Please, I'll put you right there beside him.
My colleagues on the panel this morning are Mr. Danny Byra and Mr. Pete Freeman. With the staff here at DOC headquarters, please introduce yourself for the record.
Francis Abbott.
And our first remote location this morning is at David Wade Correctional Center. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your staff introduce yourself?
Good morning. Warden Michelle Dozat.
Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel, Percent Harbor Classification. Becky Triano Records.
I'm Dr. Daniel Crook, a medical director, David Wade.
All right. Well, thank you, Warden, for accommodating us this morning. We have one case at your facility today, and that is Mr. ALMER RANDLE. Good morning, Mr. Randle. It's my understanding that Mr. Randle has some health issues where we will not be able to hear him speak, so Warden will rely on you to
Okay, yes, ma'am.
play his responses to us. And let me acknowledge that he has some guests there with him. He has his daughter, Mary Murray, and her husband, Mr. Randle's son-in-law, James Murray, who were there in support. Thank y'all for being there this morning. Let me just confirm Mr. Randle's information. Mr. Randle is classified as a third felony offender. Well, first of all, his DOC number is 65667. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he's a third offender. He has sentencing in Webster Parish for murder and also in West Feliciana Parish for murder. He's serving a life sentence plus 7 years. His parole eligibility has been determined to be April 10th of 2026. Then that's per Act 544 of 2022. Is all that information correct according to your records, Warden Dozat?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So first, it's my understanding that there's some health issues that are crucial to our case today. So I'd like to see if Dr. Crooks, could you tell us a little bit about Mr. Randle's medical status?
Yes, ma'am. Inmate Randle developed laryngeal cancer, glottic cancer in 2016 and required a total removal of his trachea, his windpipe and all had to be removed, and it was replaced with the tube that he breathes in and out of there. But that was a permanent surgery, and he's had several revisions of that surgery since then. And he received chemotherapy and radiation treatment for several years, and the cancer has now recurred. He has a metastatic cancer in his lungs.
Maybe talk about his recent prognosis.
Yes, we have taken him to the oncology cancer doctor board review, and they have stated in their notes that they do not think he will survive approximately past 6 months or less without radiation treatments or chemotherapy treatments. And he's not taking any of those treatments now.
And he elected not to take those treatments?
Yes, ma'am.
In his words, as he was talking to the doctor earlier, he, with his age and and let me know if this is not accurate, but it was so difficult on his body the last time he did it years ago, and he doesn't have the strength to be able to undergo those type of invasive treatments.
Okay. So, and Mr. Randle has a birthday coming up. Will he be 85?
85 on November 15th.
Okay. And he's been incarcerated 64 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, Warden, will you tell us a little bit about Mr. Randle?
Yes, ma'am. He does have a statement. Mr. Natsu, would you like me to read that now for him, or?
Great. Yes, please.
To the honorable members of the parole board, good morning to everyone here today. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity. To my daughter, I would like to say I'm sorry for what I have put you through. I love you, and you are still as beautiful as the day you were born. Also, I would like to thank everyone that is here today in support of me, Warden Dozot and her staff, other past administrations that made a better man out of me. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1961, 64 years ago, I made the poorest decision a person could ever make. I got off work, I drove up to my house and went inside, opened the door to my bedroom, and my wife was in our house with another man. I can't explain the hurt and pain I was feeling at the moment. I was working hard to give her everything and I just lost it. I pulled out my gun and started firing. Instantly, I knew I had made the wrong decisions. With tears in my eyes, I got our daughter and took her to my wife's sister's house. I told them what had happened, and later I found out everyone knew but me about the affair. The Lord knows I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for my actions that night. I truly love my wife. I just wish somebody would have told me about what was going on beforehand, and I would have made a better decision. Ladies and gentlemen of the parole board, when I got sentenced to life because of my poor decision in 1961, I went to Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary, which was known as the bloodiest prison in America, and it was. After about a year of incarceration at Angola, I made trustee and was given a gun as to what time was called an inmate guard, khaki bag. Shortly after, I killed 2 inmates while in that job. I was sentenced to 2 more 10-6 life sentences. Life at that time only carried 10 years in the 60s. In the process of doing the life sentences, the law changed, and that's the reason why I'm still incarcerated today, 64 years later. By now or soon, you will have heard from many who can attest to that over the years. I've developed a great character, I've been reformed, and I've been a trustee for over 40 years of my incarceration, and I'm a loving man. Also, you will hear a testimony about cancer that's taking over my body, and I live a very painful life that requires a lot of medical care. I'm respectfully asking this honorable board to have mercy on me today and grant my freedom. I was faced with an abnormal situation, and I understand I made a very poor decision. It leaves nothing but a lifetime of hurt and pain. Even my battle with cancer for the last 10+ years hasn't been as bad as what happened that night in 1961. There's no forgetting any of this hard journey of my life. So often my mind replays my very poor decisions early in life. Please have mercy on me. I made my 20th birthday in prison. Don't allow me to make my 85th birthday in prison. My record shows I'm a changed man. Warden Dozot has reunited me with my daughter. Please allow me to live my last days with my daughter. I will forever thank you for this opportunity. Sincerely, ALMER RANDLE.
Great, well, thank you. We appreciate that, the thought you put into that, Mr. Randle. Warren, is there anything you want to add about Mr. Randle?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have a few things I'd like to say. I've known Alma for almost 27 years. I've known him since he's been at David Way, but also when I was employed at Angola. As you said earlier, he's 84. He'll turn 85 in November 15th. He's been incarcerated 64 years, which is currently the longest of any incarcerated inmate in the department right now. He's been a trustee for the majority of it. He's the last living khaki back, as we read earlier. And honestly, I think he's just seen and experienced things that a lot of us couldn't even imagine. But as far as David Wade, he's been a model inmate here. He's respected by his peers. He's always maintained a respectful relationship with staff. And I know that looking back, I've done a lot of a thorough record review with him, with his record. And I know it doesn't reflect a lot of participation in programming, throughout the years. However, he was sentenced to 3 life sentences, and that was at a time where programming for inmates that had lengthy sentences was not a priority. It just wasn't something that that was a possibility as far as release. But now that he's parole eligible due to his advanced illness and his declining cognitive ability, and obviously his recent prognosis, his medical needs have just superseded, his enrollment and participation in the past, few months specifically. But with that being said, he has a lot of skills that he's acquired over the years, heavy equipment operator, horticulture. And I know, he is one of our trustees. He works in our greenhouse, but obviously with his physical condition, he's more of a mentor to the guys that are out there. So he doesn't like staying in the dorms. We still bring him out in his wheelchair, and he, gives them the guidance as far as our horticulture and groundskeeping, which is what he has extensive experience in throughout his incarceration. He was reunited recently with his daughter, and that's been a very heartwarming experience to see that transformation and that reunification for them. And I think he's remorseful for his actions, and he's just asking it for a chance to spend the last days of his life with his loved ones. And lastly, I've served in the department for many years, and I've never spoke openly in favor of an inmate's release. I do this now because I think that this does warrant additional consideration given his circumstances. He's lived more than 6 decades behind bars, and he's accepted responsibility for his actions. And in light of his terminal condition and good conduct record, I respectfully support his release to live with his daughter. This would allow him to spend his remaining time in a setting with his family in a non-custodial environment, consistent with both humane principles and the department's commitment to rehabilitation. So, thank you.
That was all a lot. So Mr. Randle, you were 19 years old when you committed the act in Webster Parish.
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you been married?
How long had you been married? How long had you been married before that? 4 years.
Okay. Wow. So, Mr. Randle, you've heard what has been said this morning. The doctor has said you have less than 6 months, they think. Do you understand that prognosis?
Do you understand what the doctor said about how long you have to live? You understand what the doctor at the hospital had said about your cancer and not receiving the treatments, and how long your life expectancy would be without the treatments? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I was impressed by Mr. Randall's statement, and while you were reading it, we could see the emotion on both him and his daughter. So I believe that's an expression of remorse. I was glad to see that. And well, I guess we'd like to hear from Miss Mary. Miss Mary, would you like to say anything to us?
Yes.
My house. That's right there, Miss Mary.
Hey, Benoit.
Hey, how y'all?
Well, my name is Mary Murray. I'm the daughter of ALMER RANDLE Jr. Our reason for being here today is to request the parole board to grant my daddy to be released. It's been many years that I have not seen my daddy until here a few months ago. I am more willing to provide my daddy with every means of support, motivation, and love. I have forgave my daddy for the crime that he committed. I feel in my heart that my daddy has done his time. And I feel he needs to be home with me. I am not a baby anymore, but I am his baby girl that need my daddy, and to build a relationship with him before one of us be called home to glory. I have visited my daddy these last few months. I need him in my life as much as I know he needs me in his life. I urge you to grant parole to ALMER RANDLE Jr., my daddy, and allow him to rebuild his life. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. Mary Murray.
Thank you, Miss Murray. And it's my understanding, Miss Murray, that the plan would be for Mr. Randall to reside with you in Arkansas?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're prepared to, deal with his health issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
You think that?
Mr.
No, I
Alto,
Would you like, I know you know, Mr. Randall from his time at Angola. Is there anything you want to add?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry I got here late, but, I've known Almer for over 50 years. The man that you see sitting here today is not the man that arrived at Angola for the crime that he committed. Almer, I feel, has rehabilitated himself during his time in Angola, and I know his time here at Wade. He is not the same man that committed that crime so many years ago. And I would not mind Almer Randle being my next door neighbor. So
Thank
that's how
you.
I feel about it. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. And I'll vote first. I think, we reviewed all the documentation that was provided to us. Even though our interview was short today, I think Mr. Randall's statement was very, very moving. And I do not believe that the release on parole of Mr. Randall would not be incompatible with the welfare of society, primarily because of his medical condition and his low risk score. So my vote today would be to grant his parole with the understanding that his parole date is not until April. There is a little bit of work that he would have to do to meet the statutory requirement for parole eligibility. So I'll just put that as a stipulation that he meet those requirements. And
Yes,
go
ma'am.
out of state. Mr. Freeman.
I also agree. I don't think he's a threat to public safety whatsoever. Due to the warden's remarks, my vote today would be to grant to his sister in Arkansas, the residents in Arkansas.
Mr. Byron.
I concur with my colleagues for the same reasons. Great.
And I meant to say on the record, and I did, and I apologize, that we did get correspondence from the sheriff in Webster Parish. He took no position on the release of Mr. Randall early, as did from the West Feliciana Parish Sheriff, unopposed due to the age and length of incarceration. So today, Mr. Randall, you've been granted parole. Good luck to you. Thank y'all. We appreciate it.
thank you.
Sign off. It's 9:19.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
All right, the Committee on Parole is now convening at Union Parish Detention Center. It's 9:23 a.m. on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Could we get the officer there at Union Parish to please introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Hill.
All right, thanks so much for accommodating us this morning, Sergeant Hill.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
we have before us Mr. Russell Doom. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Russell Wood Doom III, DOC number 771600, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Doom, I want to acknowledge we have some guests here with us in Baton Rouge. We have the victim's mother, Ms. Jackie Jones, and she'll be saying a few words in just a few minutes.
Yes,
Along
ma'am.
the stepfather, Mr. Gilbert Dewey. Both are here in opposition, but first I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to confirm or verify that it's accurate. And then I'm going to turn it to Mr. Freeman, seated to my right, because your case has been assigned to him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Doom, you are classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a 7-year sentence. You were sentenced in August of 2022 for sexual battery and computer-aided solicitation of a minor. Your parole eligibility date is March 18 of 2026. You don't earn good time, so your full term date is December 18, 2027. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Jones, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
First off, tell me, what did you do to get yourself put in there? And what have you done since you've been in there that you think that I should let you out today?
I had a bad night, sir. I was drinking. I was on drugs. I succumbed to problems that I've dealt with in my life, and my victim, Miss Kate, I apologize. I made a mistake, and I'm doing my time on that mistake. I don't look at it as I didn't make a mistake, and I don't look at it as I'm innocent. You know, I was convicted. I didn't fight the system. I took my charge and I took my sentence. And I was actually expecting to not have a parole date, sir. When I got my rap sheet, there wasn't I don't know if it updated with laws changing, but since I've been incarcerated, I've worked on myself. I'm currently the laundryman at the facility. I've worked basically since January 8th of 2022 as the laundryman at this facility. I've been in no infractions. I get along with the staff. I'm trying to fix myself because I've lost a lot of time with my son, some very valuable time. He's 15 currently. I should have been there. I lost my father when I was 6, and I know how not having a positive male role model in your life can affect you. I just want my victim and the family to know I'm sorry. I want to better myself. I want to be the father that my son deserves. I want to be the husband that my wife deserves. I want to be the citizen that the public deserves. You know, I know that I'm going to have stipulations, and I know there's things that I'm going to have to carry along in my life. if I do get out, whether it be on parole or my full term date, it's going to be a struggle, but I know that I'll be able to achieve what I set my mind to. I just want to be the man that the people in my life deserve, the God-fearing man that doesn't want to make these mistakes. I don't want to drink anymore. I'm surrounded by bad things that I could get into here that I choose not to, because I don't want people to look at me as my faults. I want people to look at me as what I could be, not what my past reflects. I want to just, like I said, I want to be the person that has respect. I disrespected my name and my honor, and that's not anything my family or the people that love me deserve to have to deal with.
Gotcha.
And I know that it's going to be an ongoing battle, and I just, with God with me, and I just want to be able, like I said, to be the man that people respect and that my family deserves. You know, whether I get paroled or do my full term, you know, it's a day-to-day. Yes, sir.
Okay, I might ask some more questions. We're gonna get into it deeper during our. Okay, we have nobody here on your behalf, but we do have some victims here, and we have Miss Jackie Jones and Mr. Gilbert Dewey. Ms. Jones, you wish to speak? Would you please go to the podium and tell us what you want to know about us to know about Mr. Dewey?
So I told my daughter he was somebody that she could trust. He defied that. That has caused a strain on my relationship with my daughter because he knew of things that had happened to her and he abused that. He's not a good person. He's not trustworthy to be around other children. This isn't the first time. It may be the first time he's been charged, but it's not the first time he's ever had issues with juveniles. I think he deserves the full time. I don't believe he's gonna be the model citizen when he gets out. He may be the model citizen while he's on parole. But once he gets off of parole, there's nobody to watch him anymore. There's plenty of people that have told me that they were too scared to go to the police, do their thing, you know, just. He's destroyed my family. My daughter, I haven't seen her or spoken to her in months. I don't know where she's at. I'm not saying everything he did was the cause of this, but he was the tipping point. And I don't have my little girl no more. He doesn't deserve to be out here.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you coming today. Okay, Mr. Doom, let's get into you.
Sir, can I start by saying that I apologize for any harm to her. I would like to apologize to Jackie and the family. I'm sorry. You know, I know those are words, but I truly am. I don't never wanted to cause anybody pain.
Gotcha. Okay, well let's get into it. What kind of classes do they offer over there?
I haven't been. They reentry, I believe. They offer reentry here, but I wasn't. I found out about this hearing this morning as I was being woken up to learn that I had a parole hearing. I didn't know that this, when
They talked to your wife. Your wife didn't tell you the date?
no, sir. I haven't been able to get in touch with my wife for a year. I tried calling her last night. I don't know if it's spam blocking on her phone, but no, sir, I haven't been able to get in touch with anybody but my sister.
Okay, any contact with your son? Do you have any contact with your son at the present time?
I can't get in touch with, besides letters, sir. I've written them because I can't get in touch with them through the phone, and they don't have the account. I don't. The only contact I have with the outside world is my sister's.
Got you, got you. Okay, and what about sex offender training? You hadn't had no sex offender classes?
No, sir.
See that, and
No,
that's,
sir.
if they don't even offer that day, I would take it.
No, sir. I think you have to go to Bossier or
We're gonna get
there's
you,
another.
you need those classes before you're released to the public, in my opinion, anyway. And
Yes.
So your sisters and all, none of them wanted to come today to speak on your behalf, or you didn't know to tell them?
One's in California and one's in New York. I didn't know.
Okay, I got you.
I had no idea, sir. I didn't know to let them know.
I got you. I got you. Okay, and I want to note that you scored a 2 on your static 99, which is not good. It's not good.
What
Means
is
you're
that?
a static 99 is a sex offender tool that says what's the likelihood of you reoffending, and you had a moderate risk, which is that means not really good. Ms. Doom, I'm gonna say this because obviously you had a DWI before, and you had an indecent behavior with a juvenile. What happened with those charges?
The DWI was
About DWI, what happened to the indecent behavior?
the charges were dropped,
Okay,
I believe.
okay, yeah, that district attorney they didn't proceed. Okay, and you also had an aggravated arson and a cruelty to juveniles.
That was in Calcasieu Parish, and that was dropped. That was somebody trying to attack me. And the blood that they saw on my son when the paramedics checked,
No,
it was
that's
my
not
blood.
the same thing. That's not the same thing. This is when you poured gasoline at the strip club, Cloud 9 Gentlemen's Club.
That was the club I was managing.
Okay.
And that was dropped because the guy that filed them was trying to get me out of the situation. Those charges were dropped.
Okay. And then, of course, we have the instant offense. You do have opposition from the district attorney, sheriff, and attorney general, all opposed. And of course, you've heard from the victim's opposition. You know, the biggest problem is you have total lack of classes. I mean, I think you have one class. And you definitely need victim accountability, victim writing, you need sex offender class, you need all kind of stuff. So right now, that's all the questions I have.
What's
Yes,
your
sir.
level of education?
Say that again, ma'am.
What's your level of education?
High school.
You graduated?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I went to work. I started working.
And so when did you find you had a parole date? When did you learn that? Just today?
This morning.
And so prior to this, you never inquired about programs there?
No,
Just
ma'am.
because you know you needed them? Regardless of parole or not.
Ma'am, say that again.
Regardless of whether or not you had a parole date, you never inquired for program participation?
They don't have any classes like that here, ma'am, and
I thought you said they had reentry.
They do, they have reentry, but it's picked. You can't apply to it. They pick inmates that are close to release date, and
Okay.
those.
So, do you have any write-ups?
No, ma'am.
Sergeant Hill, is he still in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Doon?
Well, he's been our hall man, our laundry man for like 3 or 4 years. And he has never been a problem for us.
Good, thank you.
Now, the programs that he needs, we don't offer them here. Like, we don't have a sex offender class, and our reentry ain't really the reentry. Most of our guys, when they go to reentry, we send them to another jail.
I see. All right, well, thank you, Sergeant. We appreciate that information.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Doon, I don't see any other questions, so Mr. Freeman will be voting.
Okay, Mr. Doon, biggest problem, like I say, you have total lack of classes, and your criminal history isn't the best in the world either. My vote today is to deny, but I also request that you be moved to an institution that they have sex offender class. I definitely think you need that before any release date. So my vote
Yes,
is
sir.
Mr. Byron?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, deny, same reasons.
And my vote also is to deny for the same reason. So, Mr. Doon, today your parole's been denied, but we'll ask if you can be moved to another facility for programs. Good luck to
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Y'all have a blessed day.
None.
Thank you.
Yeah, turn it on, man. She on there.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is convening at Madison Parish on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Morning, sir. Could I get the officer there to introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Carl Kamak. I'm the video conference officer.
Okay, thank you, sir. And this is Mr. Goods.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Goods, good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is John Goods. My DOC number is 482478.
And you have counsel, do you have Ms. Bridget Brown there with you this morning?
She's not with me in person, but she's on Zoom. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
She couldn't be here.
Okay. And here we have Ms. Tammy Brown here with us in Baton Rouge. You want to enter your name for the record, ma'am?
Yes, Attorney Tammy Brown here on behalf of Mr. John Goods.
Thank you.
And Chairwoman, this is Bridget Brown. I'd like to enter for the record that I am present. I am in Tallulah. I appeared at the prison this morning, an hour before this hearing was scheduled to start. The warden and two of his employees were very polite and they escorted me off the premises because they explained to me that they do not allow lawyers to be present next to the inmate while the parole hearing is going on. So they escorted me off the premises and explained to me that I could participate by Zoom, but I was not allowed. So I didn't not show up. And I wanted to be clear that my efforts, and I've done 1,000 of these hearings, I've always gone to the prison, sat next to my client and participated. This morning I was not allowed to.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. And it's our understanding that Ms. Tammy Brown will be making a presentation, and we'll ask her to do so shortly.
Yes.
The case was assigned to Mr. Barra, so I'm going to turn it over to him. You want to take her position?
Now,
Go ahead.
put the exhibits.
All right, Mr. Good, it's alleged that you have violated the conditions of your parole in the following manner. Number 3, on 12/10/24, you were arrested in Madison County, Mississippi on a warrant issued by Louisiana Probation and Parole and Franklin Sheriff's Office during a stop by the Madison Sheriff's Office. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
All right. Also, on or about November 2024, Franklin Parish Sheriff's Office issued a warrant for John Goods on the charges of rape, amended to domestic abuse, battery, second offense, and domestic abuse strangulation. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
And you were also arrested for committing obstruction of justice. How do you plead to that?
He pleads not guilty.
All right. So we plead not guilty to everything.
That's correct.
First question is, why were you arrested over there in Madison County?
Mr. Goods, go ahead and explain.
Well, Miss Thornton, my girlfriend, she had tent in her window, and they pulled us over for that reason.
No, he's asking you, why were you in Mississippi?
I was going to my daughter's graduation. She was in college for nursing. I was going to her graduation.
And he wants you to explain why you were there. Who gave you permission to be in Mississippi for the graduation?
Well, my parole officer, Burgess, gave me permission. I asked him prior to going, and he said, it's okay. You can go, Mr. Goods. And so he asked me for a date. And I said, I don't know at the moment, but when the time comes, I'll call you and let you know. So I called him on a meeting app, and he said, it's okay, you can go. And right here on this paper, Agent Burgess was questioned by Good's lawyer regarding the violation. Agent Burgess said he does not recall discussing Good's attending his daughter's graduation, but Agent Burgess said it is possible he told Goods it would not be a problem for him to attend graduation. Agent Burgess came to my house. I don't remember what date. And he told me, Goods, it's no problem. Then me and Agent Burgess started talking about our problems. He had problems with his wife or whatnot. Then I talked about my problems. And I had my kids. I had two of my kids. We laughed, say they're gonna be okay and whatnot. And I said, Agent Burgess, my daughter is graduating for college and I need to go. He said, man, ain't no problem. Go. But what he did say what the date. I didn't know the exact date. And Miss Thornton, she was there. And she is a witness to that. In his paper, know what I'm saying, he admitted that it was possible on the
Right.
hearing and recommendation.
Keep reading the next line after you said he would not be a problem for the attend graduation. Read the next
He
line.
said, however, Agent Bergen said he would have told Good to report to our office before he left to get a permit. Then
Did you
Agent
go
Bergen
and
said,
get a permit?
sir,
Did you go get the permit?
he never told me to come get one. He never told me to come get one. He just said it's okay to go. And
No,
whatever Agent
you
Bergen
didn't know
say,
you needed a travel permit to go out of state.
did I know? Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Well, that's kind of what the point of the argument is. You know, he said, I would have let you go, but you would have needed a permit. I mean, and that's what you signed on your conditions of parole that says you're
Yes,
gonna
sir.
have, you know, that's the problem right there in itself.
Yes, sir. But I just doing what he said.
All right. So let's talk about the next thing where it says, they issued a warrant for you for rape, and then you got reduced, amended to second degree, second offense, domestic abuse battery, and domestic abuse strangulation. What happened there?
Tonight at the house, what I call like fun house, at my mother's house, I get a call from my girlfriend, my fiance, Miss Thornton, and she wanted me there with her. And I was with someone else. Miss got her name, Miss Quosha Robinson and Kelsey Heckert, two women that was there with me at the time. And when I stopped answering Miss Thornton's phone, she started to come. She come to Winsbury. She have a key. She came in while we was in the kitchen, sitting down talking. And Miss Thornton came in, and I was trying to see who was at the door. And she was like, "Oh, I know that elfin girl Kelsey in there, cause they her birthday." And she started putting on my shirt, put my shirt up, and she started punching on me. And I'm falling, going back, and I never hit her at all. And so the girl Quosha was like, let me go home. I don't got time for this nonsense. Kelsey took out running in the room. And when I left to take Quosha home, and then I come back, Gigi was still there. Miss Thornton was still there. And she was like, I'm sick of this shit. All you do is cheat on me. This the fifth woman. And I'm like, baby, chill out. Just chill out. We was just talking. We wasn't doing nothing. We was just talking. And she like, I'm sick of this shit. I can't take it. And then I said, baby, chill out. Everything is good. And then we sat down, and then we started talking. And that thing you know, we started having sex. And then we go from the front room to the bedroom. And as we was in the bedroom, the door was still open, and we started making love. And she moaned and said, "Baby, why are you doing this? I love you." And I said, "I love you too." And we had good sex. Miss Kelsey, she passed through or whatnot, because normally we used to do threesomes. But me and Kelsey and Miss Thornton never did a threesome together. And so as the night passed, probably like about probably like 2 o'clock, not for sure. Me and Miss Thornton, we left out. I asked her, was she gonna come spend the night with me at the house, 3302 Earl Drive. She said, "No, I'm going home." I said, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow." So as we walking out, Miss Kelsey Heckle was in the front room, sitting down. And I think Miss Gigi said, "Hmm." So as we walking out, I opened the door for her. She left and went her way back to Monroe, and I went home.
So you're saying that everything was consensual and Miss Thornton is lying about all of that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right. And condition number 4, that you're arrested for obstruction of justice, and that stems from phone calls you were making to the victim that they were recording to try to influence the outcome of that trial. What do you got to say about that?
Well, Miss Thornton, she have a sickness problem that I do know of, and sometimes she flips, and I had to call my homeboy, like, "Man, what is the sickness?" His mom and his daughter have the same kind of sickness. He say, "John, man, you gotta be able to know what I'm saying, to learn up on it first. Then you can be able to cope with them. If she ain't taking her medicine, know what I'm saying, that medicine not working, she need a higher doses." So I'm telling my bad, I said, "Baby, make sure you take your medicine." Because when she take her medicine, she calm, she nice, she happy. But when she off her medicine,
Let me interrupt you. I didn't ask you about
okay,
her
okay,
medicine. I asked you
okay,
about
okay.
the obstruction of justice with the phone calls from the detention centers. Did you make those phone calls? What was
Well,
the point?
we both were calling each other. Yes, I called her at the time, but I was never told that it was, no, I had a restraining order against her. I was told to after everything, when I was indicted. That's when they put I guess I never seen nothing of no restraining order. I never seen a piece of paper. No one never told me nothing about that. So I don't understand how I got a obstruction of justice. You know what I'm saying, when I'm just trying to help my girlfriend to pass her being stressed out, being confused, because her lawyer told her, you know what I'm saying, not to go to the grand jury. Her doctor told her not to go. I didn't understand where this obstruction of justice come from. So I get a call from the judge, sir.
It comes from when Deputy Touchette listened to the phone calls and indicated that the nature of the phone calls indicated that Good was trying to sway or influence the victim's testimony for the upcoming court proceedings. So that's where the obstruction of justice. You were trying to tell her what she should do or influence her to how to testify at the upcoming, and
Yes,
that
sir.
was considered obstruction of justice.
If you listen to the whole conversation, you will see it was no obstruction of justice. You will see that I was kind of console her. If you listen to every section of the tapes, and then they ain't only got the tapes, you know what I'm saying, where I told her, "It's gonna be okay, baby. You don't have to go if you don't want to go, because your lawyer already told you so." I was saying on that point, not because of me, because at that point, if you listen, it was another tape recording saying when her lawyer was on the phone, I told her, "Baby, just go." I said, "Go." I said, "Go ahead, tell the truth." That's what I told her. If you listen to all the tapes, I guarantee you, it was set up and designed to put me in incarceration. At never time I was trying to stop her from going. Only to console her, sir and ma'am. Only to console her. If I promise, if y'all listen to them tapes, the whole tape, all of them, and you will see that I'm telling her, "Ma'am, the GG, do as you please. I can't make you go. I can't stop you from going. Your lawyer told you not to go. Your lawyer told you to plead the fifth. And you will see on her papers, the lawyer sent to the DA. And even the DA told her she didn't have to come. But when she got up there with my father, they said that you come sign a paper and we'll get off the case. But they then pursue to get her a summons to come to the grand jury. She chose not to go. I basically want her to go to tell the truth because I want my name cleared. I want my name cleared. These people came in with a plea that, know what I'm saying, with no contest. If I was guilty, I would have took that plea. I took that plea. All I did 20.
Deputy Tuchet that listened to the calls and made this statement that the calls indicated Goods was trying to sway or influence the victim's testimony in the upcoming court proceedings. He lied too?
Say it again, sir.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, Deputy Tuchet listened to the phone calls and indicated that the nature of the phone calls that Good was trying to sway or influence the victim's testimony. Were you trying to sway or influence the testimony?
Sir.
Did you say, no, you shouldn't testify? That's what I'm getting at. You
No,
know, you
no,
keep
sir.
around it.
I only was trying to console her. I said, you would be, because she didn't want to come. She said she's scared of Winsburg. She tried many times to come and drop charges. Even her lawyer came to do a drop slip. And these people, and then I was not indicted. And then
You keep going back to the same thing.
Come on.
I'm still on the obstruction of justice. I'm on the phone call. When you talk to her on the phone, what did you tell her? You tried to console her. The deputy says you tried to influence her. Two different things.
No, sir, I did not.
Totally different things.
No, sir, I did not try to influence her. No, sir.
Yeah, that's at the end of that.
Okay.
I understand. All right. All right. Did you end up getting found guilty at a trial for these charges?
Yes, sir.
No,
How can you still be? Go ahead.
no, the trial was on, violation of, a protective order and for, simple, failure of a.
So they were reduced charges that he found
They were
guilty of.
reduced to misdemeanors.
You were his lawyer for them?
Yes, yes, I was one of the attorneys.
Did you advise him he could be revoked for those charges?
Prior to, the trial.
Okay. And he pled anyway.
Okay.
Well, he
And
didn't plead, he was
pled-
found
He did
guilty.
not.
Found guilty. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any more questions at this time. Let's hear from go ahead, Ms. Tammy, you go ahead.
Well, I will, let the witnesses speak first,
All right.
and I'll speak again.
We have
We have.
Tammy Warren. Ms. Warren, go ahead and tell us what you have to tell us.
She needs to unmute. She needs to unmute her phone. She doesn't know she needs to unmute her phone.
Okay.
You can speak.
Yes, I'm Tammy Warren.
All right, would you go ahead and tell us what you have to tell us about Mr. John Goods?
I'm a ex co-worker of Miss Thornton, and Miss Thornton has been telling me off and on things about her and Mr. Good's relationship. I'm an ex-employee with her, and Miss Thornton will always bring their outside business to work. So I told her to discuss that at home. She looks up to me, you know, and I tell her different things. So when all this occurred, she told me, she said, I'm going to help Lil John. I say, help him on what? What's going on? And that's when she permits to tell me about the rape. And I say, how do your man rape you when you stay with him? you know, and she was upset about that. And I said, why did you go to the hospital if you're going to help a person? Some lies are being told. And she said, I don't have a reason to lie. I'm just going to cut Lil John off. I say, well, do that and leave your outside business out. Then she go back and forth with me for a minute. We was at work. I was working with her at the time. And we go back and forth, and me and her sit on the phone and talk for hours. She was upset easily when he's go talk to other women's, or she can't reach him, or you see another side of her. Her whole personality changed when she can't get a hold of him. And I used to tell her, that's not the way to go, Gigi. She said, well, he's stressing me out. I said, you're stressing yourself. Me and her would have late night conversations. And she said, I'm going to help him. Now, this is what she told me. Then she'll go back into a state of mind and say, you know, hey, I'm just going to cut this off. So all of this occurred. And when, like I told her, if you're going to cut a person off, don't lie to cut them off. That's just not going to make it. Just cut it off. And she could not do it. She'll call me another night and say she caught him with another woman. She's seen him. She's not in Winsboro. She's not going back. And what she's not going to do, but she turn around the next day and do the same thing. She go back to Winsboro from work. She'd be late sometime coming to work, you know, from arguing and bickering. And I told her, I said, well, you stay in Monroe and leave him where he lives. But she couldn't do it.
Ms. Warren, this is Attorney Tammy Brown. Did Gigi tell you that Mr. Goods did not rape her?
Yes.
Did she speak with you about going over state lines?
She told me, yeah, she went on to the graduation. She said that she called me and said that they had arrested Lil John and that she went on to the baby graduation, which was his daughter.
Did she tell you anything about her and her sister's plan of for him to go across state lines with her after he had a warrant, after she had put a warrant out for him?
She didn't tell me anything until the day they got caught. And I said, well, why did they stop you? And she said the tint on her window. And I said, well, why would they question him about anything if it's your tint? And she said, I don't know. And I said, that don't sound right.
Did she tell you anything about the affidavits that she typed up?
Yeah, she told me about it. She told me before she did it.
Okay, and what did she type up the affidavits to say? Do you know?
I don't know what she said, but when she called me, she said about the affidavits. We spoke on that. And she said the attorney was charging her too much to do the work. And I say, oh, okay. I said, well, who did you go to? And she said, Manny, but they all wants to charge too much. I can do that myself. I can go to the library and do it myself. And she went on North 18th Street in Monroe and she did it herself.
So she wasn't pressured to draft the affidavit. She typed it up herself.
She typed it up herself. She said she can do it herself. She's not going to pay them all that money to do a piece of paper she can do herself.
So whenever she was telling you at the beginning, you said she told you she was being raped. Did you believe that she was being raped at that time?
No. I asked the question, if Lil John raped you, why there was no semen? And she said, I took a shower. I say, well, Gigi, that don't sound right. I say, that is a lie. I say, you are back and forth with this here deal talking about Lil John when you upset. And my words to her as a woman, I say, if he raped you, his semen should have been inside of you. She say, I showered. I say, but his semen do not leave you within 5 minutes. I said, you call about everything else. Why you didn't call me then? She said, I called my mother.
Tammy, did Gigi ever say that if she couldn't have Lil John, that no one would, and she would rather see him in jail?
Yeah, she said she's not gonna play with him. She said, I'm not gonna play with Lil John. That was her main conversation at work. She's not, when I was employed with her, she's not gonna, play with him anymore. Then I quit and I moved on to another job, and that's her words. And she said, I'm gonna stop playing with Lil John. I'm gonna show him.
Do you know anything about her driving Lil John's father around and going to pick him up and bringing him with her court or to the courthouse?
No, not Monday. She didn't discuss that Mr. John's father was with her Monday. She contacted me Monday and told me that she was going to court in Winsboro, that she had a subpoena issued in the mail. I said, you cannot issue a legal document in the mail, Gigi. I said, are you okay? She said, well, it came to Arkansas to my mother's house. And I said, well, if you live in Monroe, why would they send a subpoena to Arkansas? I said, they can't mail that document. She said, well, I got it. When she attended to, she said, oh, well, I got it. I said, okay. So we didn't argue about that. The only thing me and her bickered about was Monday.
We're getting off the violation course right here. I pretty much heard everything I need to hear right from her. Let's move on to the next person. Ms. Kelsey Hecker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What do you have to tell us regarding Mr. Goods and what you know about the violations?
I can say the only thing I could speak on is us being at the house, his family house, and me seeing everything that day. When we was at the family house, he had a girl named Quosha over there. I'm always there because if he need me to go somewhere, run and go, do for his son or something, I'm who he call on. I'm who he call on for anything, like to run to the grocery store, do anything for him. So I'm always at his house. And he had a girl named Quosha Richardson over there that night. And we heard the door unrambling, like somebody trying to get in. I don't know if she was getting in with the key or what. But Gigi ended up getting in the house, and she just started going out. She started saying, oh, you cheating on me with the which wasn't nobody doing nothing. We was just sitting in the kitchen. And she started pulling on his shirt, and he kept telling her to leave. She wouldn't leave. And this not the first time, this the second time that she done came and did this. He'll be like, Gigi, leave, just leave, or whatever. She wouldn't leave. So the girl Quosha Richardson, she wanted to go home, and he took her home or whatever. Gigi stayed there. I went in the back room. And when he came back, they didn't shut the room door. I came out the room door and walked down the hall. Gigi was on top of him, but she said that he raped her. How could you rape someone if you how could you get raped if you on top of someone? You moaning, saying, why are you cheating on me, and you love him and all that. So as I'm walking past the hall, I see all that. I go sit in the living room. Like a couple minutes come by, she come out. They didn't look like they had been into it. Like she just was happy that she had got the love from him or whatever. And she walked, I guess she didn't like that she seen me sitting on the living room couch or whatever. And she had walked by, she said, So he just let her out and she left, and that was that.
Ms. Hecker, did you ever hear Mr. Goods threaten Ms. Thornton, or who you're referring to as Gigi?
No, she was, when he made it back from dropping Quosha off, it's like she was happy that she had him back to herself. Like she wasn't on none of that. Like when she first came in and seen the girl Quosha in there, she like how she was flashing out. Then when he came back by himself, she was all calm and cool. She wasn't on nothing. She was lovey-dovey.
Did you ever hear her say no, or that she did not want to have sex?
No.
Did you hear them tussling or arguing or any of that when they were in the bedroom?
No.
Did you hear him or see him pull her hair or any of those things, or hit her or anything?
No, when she came out the room, her hair or nothing wasn't messed up or anything. It's like soon as he came back from dropping that girl off, she was lovey-dovey. It's like she was happy that she had him to herself again. It's like if she seen him with a female, she would flash, she would lose her mind. Like this woman would go crazy if he wouldn't answer the phone, if he wouldn't, she couldn't get in contact, she would just go crazy. But it's like when he came back there and she had him to herself, she was all calm. It wasn't no fussing, no fighting, no nothing. They was making love.
All right, we'll accept that. Can we hear from Miss Tykia Ponder?
Yes, sir.
What do you have to tell us relevant to the charges and violations of?
I
We
don't know.
already established that they had sex. We've already established that it's questionable if it was consensual or not. But we still have the victim actually to hear from too.
I don't know. Me and Gigi normally we talk on a daily basis. Like
Okay.
she vents to me, she's do all of this. We vent to each other at the. But me and her, we normally talk. And normally when she texts me about John Goods. She texts me about him, telling me how she missed him, this and that. She was wrong for doing what she did, or stuff like that. And normally, like, she'll call me, like, up on this hearing stuff. She let me know and told me what she was gonna do with this today and everything like that. But normally, like this, I don't know.
What did she tell you she was gonna do today?
She said she was gonna hold up. Let me go to it.
Did she send you a text message?
Yes, ma'am. She said, I only called due to the board had contacted me. You can update your family, and if Lee John called. They asked me if I wanted him to be revoked. My answer was no. They said, would I get on the hearing Tuesday and let the board know? I told them yes. Like I told him, I didn't like how they set me up Monday, but I am not upset as I was, but I am willing to get on there.
Do you know anything about Miss Thornton, or who you're referring to as Gigi, contacting Mr. Good's family?
I'm one of the family. She contact me normally.
And has she been reaching out trying to get in contact with family members and have them to call her?
Yes, ma'am. She hold up. She
What
contacted ma'am.
What about her contacting his dad or trying to get the dad to contact her?
Yes, ma'am. She normally go pick him up.
Does he drive?
No, ma'am. She drive him.
So when he would come to court with her, she would have had to pick him up and bring him to the courthouse or bring him to court?
Yes, ma'am. She texted me the other day and she was like, hi. I was trying to get in touch with her because she didn't answer. So maybe if you call her and I can talk. There was my other cousin, Kale. And then they sat on the phone. She would screenshot me that they was on the phone. They talked on the phone for like 2 hours long. She was just venting. That's all she was doing. She said she need her partner back. She was wrong for what she did. She did not mean to go that way. She did not know that it was gonna end up this far.
Did family members pressure her?
No, ma'am, we don't.
You okay?
Ms. Ponder, does she normally lie to you? Tell you false stories, or is?
See, y'all had a court thing happen last week. What she told me was different from what I'm hearing from everybody else in the court. All she told me was the lawyer turned on her. I don't know how the lawyer turned on her. She said she never knew she was supposed to get on that stand.
But in your relationship with her, is she normally reliable? Does she normally tell you the truth, or do you find out she's lying later on?
I found out she started lying later on. Like me and her, we normally talk until I found out some of the stuff she tell me will be a lie. Cause I hear the other folks' opinion about it, and they were like, "No, that's not what happened." Just like what happened in court. She told me one thing, but with the people that was hearing it up in court, they said what was said in court.
All right, I think that's all we need from you. We have her, so I think we might as well hear from her.
Wait, let's hear from the attorney first. She
Well,
a victim
you
or
want-
not?
No, Miss Thornton first.
Well, wait. You know, we decide who goes when. I mean, she's listed as a victim. Is she the victim or is she in favor?
We don't know.
She has,
We don't know what she's gonna say today. But
according to the messages that she sent to Ms. Ponder and some of the other family members, she is.
Okay, that's good. All right.
Yeah.
Ms. Shalane,
Good evening. Good morning.
why don't you go ahead and tell us what really happened?
Okay, so basically, you have Tammy Gooding, you have Denise, TK, and you have the one that got cheated with, that I called John Goods with twice. So at first, I was going to get on here, and this is truthfully. All these people, including the lawyer. First of all, we went to court on Monday. I have been told since last Friday I was not going to be put on the stand. Never. I had a subpoena did come to my mom's address on October the 5th. I was there seeing about my mental challenged uncles. My grandmother has dementia. She's placed in a nursing home. So I oversee those two uncles. So I was there getting groceries, paying their bills for the month. When I was there, my mother called me and said, the mail carrier has a certified letter. I went and tried to find our route carrier. When I tried to find the route carrier, I couldn't find her. So I went back to the post office. My cousin worked there, but she wasn't present in the front of the building that morning. So the other lady basically told me, Shalana, here's the certified letter, but you got to sign for it. At that point, I did not know was the certified letter, where it came from, who it was from, nothing. So I had to sign for it. When I signed for it, I looked at it. It said Franklin Parish Courthouse. I immediately opened it. When I opened it, it was a subpoena. I contacted Major Wally, which was his best friend. That is the only person I have been talking to of 2025 for the last 4-5 months. If we're going to lie, we're not going to lie. We're going to tell the truth. All three parties of John Good's witnesses. So this is how this went. Monday, well, just starting the whole ordeal. Let me go from November the 13th. Yes, I have issues with anxiety and depression. I was diagnosed with that in 2018. I lost my grandmother. She was like a mother and a grandmother that raised me when my mom was living in Illinois. So I was a grandparent child my whole life. So when I lost my grandmother, I went in a stage of depression. I ended up moving to Sterling, Louisiana, like 4 years ago. Never knew anything about John Goods. I came out of a domestic relationship with another individual. This individual was cheating, had people in my vehicle. I told John Goods certain things that nobody knew. Only me and John Goods, because I confided in him. I confided in him only due to the fact that I had found someone that was true to me. I watched this man he has 5 kids, provided. My 3 children are grown. I was doing things that I didn't have to do. When I came in this relationship, I never knew anything about John Good's past. When I'm in a relationship with somebody, I don't care what their past is. I see for myself. Down through the relationship, when I see for myself, I had to see for myself. John cheated on me 5 times. And one of them was with this witness on here, Kelsey Hacker, on Winsboro's homecoming night. He told me he was hanging out. I was tired from work. I did not want to go to no homecoming. And plus, I wasn't even asked, did I want to go? I stayed. I said, no, I will stay and watch these children. That's what I did. So There was a nephew in the living room. That nephew he's real picky on what he eats. So he was just up crying the whole time. So when he was crying, I got up and I asked the baby, are you hungry? I got up about 11:30 that night. I got up. In my head, some told me to go to the Western Street house. When I did, this is the first incident. When I did, I caught him and Kelsey in the room, his clothes down. She had no idea. She said, "Oh, you got a girlfriend." Yeah, he got a girlfriend / fiance. He has both. He screamed, told her to get out. We had sex that night. We stayed there in that house, got up the next morning, went back over to the family house. Okay, that was over. Yes, I have had conversations with Tammy Gooden when she was employed when she worked for me. But Miss Tammy, if you're going to sit here and lie, because when all this
hold on. You can't sit here and go after witnesses. I need you to give me the facts of what happened to you. How did you get the bruises around your neck? Were you raped? Okay. How did we end up in court on the battery charge?
Yes, sir.
You can't go after the witnesses and all the stuff about kids eating and all that. I mean, granted, I think you probably feel you need to talk about that, but that's not what we're trying to find out.
Oh, yes, sir.
So trying to focus yourself a little better. What we want to know is about that night.
Okay, so that night.
That all the trouble happened.
Okay, November the 13th.
Right.
John Woods had came to Monroe basically on November the 12th that midday. He came, he said, "Baby, we good. We back together." He wanted to have sex that night. I told him no. So that particular evening, he told me he was going to work on the house that he had purchased. And basically I said, okay, I'm going to take a nap and go to sleep. When I woke up, it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock. I started calling his phone by FaceTime. I started calling his phone by regular phone call. And basically he wouldn't answer. So at that point in time, I got up. I took myself to Winsboro, went to the house on Western Street. This was early morning 13th. When I did go in, I let myself in with a key. When I did go in, he met me in the living room. When he met me in the living room, I heard another voice. It was not Kelsey Hacker. So when I went towards the from the living room to the kitchen, there was a dark-skinned girl. At that point in time, I did not know who she was. When she said, "John, I didn't come over here for that." I said, "My beef is not with you. My beef is with him, because you can only allow what he allow you to do." So I kept asking him, like, why would you keep on doing this same stuff? And he kept saying, "Baby, I'm sorry. We ain't doing that. We in the kitchen just talking." I said, "Lil John, I don't believe you." And I said, the girl came to the living room. We back in the living room now. The girl came to the living room. Lil John just gonna take me home. I said, "If he don't take you home, I'll take you home." I said, "But you could just have a seat right here." I said, "Because I don't have anything to hide when I'm talking to him." So basically, he kept on saying, "Man," because I told him, I said, if you do not give me the answers that I want, while you steady keep on doing this cheating and this having on women."
Did your son put in a medical request to see the nurse?
Keep going. Keep going.
You talking to me?
Can you hold on? One more thing? Just hold on 1 second.
Keep on telling us your version of the story. John, you need to be quiet right now. It's not your turn.
It's the
There's somebody at the facility.
Whose turn is that? Who's talking?
I think that's the somebody.
But it's not John. All right, disregard the background noise. Finish with your story.
Okay, so basically we're in the living room. The girl ended up walking out the house. She got in the truck, and he said, I'm just finna take her home, Gigi. I'm finna take her home." I said, "Okay, if you don't come back, I'm about to call Kevin Cobbs." And he already knew I was gonna call Kevin Cobbs. So at that point in time, he did come back. We had a conversation. We were in the kitchen. At that point in time, when he was gone, I walked that whole house. I walked the whole house. Only room I did not go in was the room that he was still fixing on, was the master bedroom. And I went to the bathroom because I had to use the bathroom. So the door to the bathroom was open, so it wasn't nobody in there. So if they was in there, it was in the closet. So basically, when I did come back to the living room, he wasn't in the house at that point in time. When I came back to the living room, he had came back from bringing the dark-skinned girl home. And so we came into the living room, had a conversation. He was getting irate. And I said, won't you just calm down? I said, I didn't got calm, won't you calm down? So we both went to the living room. He wanted to have sex. And I told him, no, I don't want to have sex because it's not going to make the problems go away that you're doing. So basically at that point, he did go to the, went from the living room to the room. I asked him several times, basically, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? He said, baby, you my main woman. You my main woman. I told you I wasn't leaving. I said, okay. And I still didn't want to have sex, but we had it anyway. So at the end of the day, when we did leave, Kelsey Hacker was nowhere in no living room. So I don't know where that came from. That must be a story that they're making up. But Kelsey Hacker, she was not in no living room. I never made no hump. I never said none of that. This camera's all in this house. So if I said that, and if she was in that living room, then the camera should have picked her up in the living room because I know exactly where the cameras were. So at that point, me and John Goods only left that house. Kelsey Hacker was never in the living room. And we left. I followed him back over to the family house. And when I did watch and make sure he was parked, I drove myself back home. So we had a little tussle during that night. Now, I do have to be honest. He never put his hands on me. I pushed him. I tore his shirt on that point. But anything else with a medical condition saying that I called you this past week or I tried to talk to you or tell you this or tell you that, no, that's not the truth. And the only reason why I picked Mr. John Martin up is because he doesn't have a car. Mr. John has never did anything to me, never did no kind of harm to me. He just wanted to be involved because of me and his son. He calls me his daughter-in-law. This man done ate at my table. I done ate at his. He done bought me food, etc. But this man has never did anything to me, so I don't even know where that came from. I never said that a family member threatened me, and I've never tried to contact a family member even after this. I just had family members calling me, asking me how the case went. And I was told,
I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Some questions.
I got a question. You told the police a different story than what you're telling us right now, correct? And you told them that he
when
had
I told the police what,
and you had them photograph pictures
I
of
told-
your neck. Your neck is all bruised.
Correct.
We looked at the photographs. How did all that happen? What happened? Why did you tell?
How my neck got real red. When my neck was real nails, I wear artificial nails, and I was scratching. And basically, you know, when John was pushing me back, just so, like I said, when he was pushing me back, he basically did not hit me. He basically was just trying to move me away from it. So that part is how the scratch got on my neck, the little bruise. But at that point, when we were in the bedroom, we call it rough sex. His hands went around my neck. So some of that could have been or couldn't have not been. I just know his hands was around my neck in the bedroom. We call it rough sex. So basically, that's why those marks were on my neck. And when I said I never told the police that it was rape. The police told me oral sex, anal sex. He said something about consensual sex is considered rape. I was in a vulnerable stage at that point where I was on my medication. I was on pain medicine for my leg. And basically, when I did contact Winsboro Police Department, the first thing I said, I want to report when my sister told me, you need to tell them that y'all had an altercation or y'all had a disagreement. That's what I told Marvin Scott. Scott started telling me about his previous history, how he sell drugs, etc. And basically I said, that's not my position of calling you. My position is only to call you to let you know what altercation we had. So basically, he told me, well, I got to call the sheriff's department because I told him I didn't want to talk to you because you related to the family, and I didn't. So basically, that's when he told me that I needed to, there would be somebody calling me later on. I was at work. He told me that somebody else would call me later on that night. I really, at that point, had told my god brother I didn't want to do anything else with this. There was never a conversation with the police until 8 o'clock that night. I had already been talking to Goods prior to a police even contacting me. Those two sheriff's investigators that was contacting me kept calling me, kept saying, Miss Thornton, we need you to come in. We need you to come in. They was pressuring me to come in. They was like, basically, this is the only way you're going to get closure. I don't know what kind of.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Because we're getting way off track here. First off, what about the gun in the drawer?
Basically, how that picture came to me was by his ex-girlfriend, Jada Gaines. Jada Gaines was upset with John Goods prior to him dating me. Basically, she sent that picture to my phone, and I basically sent it to him and told him, this. I said, if you don't call me back, basically, I sent him that picture showing basically what she sent me. I don't know.
He kept a gun in that drawer, but he didn't pull it. He kept a gun there, but he didn't pull it.
No gun was pulled on me.
Okay, but there usually was a gun in that drawer, though. That's why you were scared.
Basically, I never even knew a gun was in the drawer. The picture was given to me. So I can't say if Jada was over there, the picture was over there. I mean, the gun was in there or not. I just know what she sent me.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you testifying for us. All right. We'll go ahead and move on to the attorney.
This is Attorney Bridget Brown. 6 months ago, I was sitting in my office with my doors open for business like everybody else. I've been practicing law 38 years. A young lady contacts me and tells me that her boyfriend is in jail for a rape charge because she exaggerated some conditions about their relationship to the police, and that the police were angry with him about some other things, so they used her exaggeration as a reason to pick him up. I didn't know any of the parties in this case. I live in Alexandria, which is 2.5 hours away from where we are today. That young lady also told me that even though she initially cried rape to the police, she hired 3 lawyers and executed 3 affidavits notifying them that she had not been raped and she did not want to go through with these charges. She even produced for me a letter from the district attorney's office where they said to her, if you don't want to proceed with these charges, please don't come to the grand jury proceeding and notify us that you're not coming. She didn't just notify them that she wasn't coming and she didn't want to proceed. She hired 3 lawyers who executed affidavits for her. And I stand corrected. She hired 2 lawyers who executed affidavits for her, and she personally executed her own affidavit saying that these things weren't true and that she wasn't going to go through and she wasn't going to appear at the grand jury. Slightly after that, she got a notice from the district attorney's office that she hadn't shown up for a subpoena with the grand jury and they were going to indict her. And based on that, I think that Ms. Thornton is telling you this morning that she was afraid of the district attorney's office. I don't know any of these people. I'm practicing law. They come into my office with the information I get. But she was adamant, like many women are in domestic situations, that she was going to testify that he didn't do anything to her. I didn't know that she was truthful about this, even with the affidavits, until we had the preliminary parole hearing at the prison in Winsboro, in Catahoula, I'm sorry, in front of 2 parole officers. She testified just to what she testified to today. Nobody raped me. I never saw any gun. We had a disagreement. I did, and she testified that I was present when the parole officer told him he could go to Mississippi to his daughter's graduation as long as he was coming back, no problem. That is how she testified at the parole hearing inside the prison. And so I used to have a question in my mind as to why DAs didn't charge certain crimes. That was cleared up in this case because the charge went from rape to violation of a condition of bond. Mr. Goods never got out on bond. The bond condition set in the record says if you get out, you cannot contact Miss Thornton. He and Miss Thornton talked all the time. When I asked if there was any type of restraining order or prohibition against them contacting each other, Miss Thornton brought to me the third affidavit from her lawyer saying, I never asked for a prohibition against talking to Mr. Goods. I don't want that to happen. I want to contact him. I want to talk to him. So imagine my sheer shock at the trial on this past Monday when she got on the witness stand and said that his family and I had threatened her and that we had made certain allegations against her to force her to not either appear at a hearing. I'm an officer of the court. I don't encourage people not to follow the law. I have practiced law for 38 years. My reputation stands for itself. So when she came into court and started explaining that she was changing her story back to what she told the police, she said, it's because you encouraged me to not come. You encouraged me to lie. I don't do that. That's called suborning perjury. So when we get to the hearing, the charge goes down from rape to obstruction of justice to violating a prohibition against contacting the victim if he gets out on bond. Mr. Goods has been in jail for 11 months. He has never bonded out. There was never there was no way for him to contact her except her calling into the jail. When we put that evidence on the stand from the officer who you named earlier, that I said, well, how can he get in touch with her? He's in jail. The response was he's in jail, and she's contacting him. And her story at that point was the family is contacting me and pushing me into changing my story. So the gentleman to your left, Madam Chairwoman, who to your right, who said to you, well, we decide who talks here. You're correct. Let her talk. What is she going to say? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know coming into this hearing this morning what she was going to say because I have had several different visions and different sections of the story. And because of these missed stories and changes in stories, the district attorney's office, the morning of trial, where I'm a trial lawyer. I'm prepared to pick a case and try a jury of 12 people who have to agree. So on that particular day, they could walk into the court that morning of court and say, we've decided to reduce the charge from obstruction of justice, him contacting her, which was not one of the charges he went to trial on, but violation of a condition of bond. He never got out. He stayed in jail for 11 months. And so when the second one was he contacted her while he was in jail, and simple battery of a dating partner. She just explained to you that there was no simple battery of a dating partner. That she was brokenhearted about some of the women he had dated while he was supposed to be committed to her. So in that vein, the obstruction of justice charge, they never went through with it. They dismissed it that morning. The simple battery of a dating partner. This is the first time she said, no, this is the third time she said he didn't batter me. The first time she went to the police, she said he did. And so the other allegation of, did he go to Mississippi without a travel permit? Sure, he says that he got permission from his parole officer, a parole officer who he had a outstanding record with, no problems, prior to this incident. So on the three allegations that we're here for today, obstruction of justice, they didn't put any conviction on him for obstruction of justice persuading a person not to come to court. You have the letter from the district attorney as an exhibit there. You have the letter from the district attorney saying you don't have to come to the grand jury proceeding. On the second allegation, rape reduced to simple battery of a dating partner, she just told you that it didn't occur. And then on did he go to Mississippi without a permit? He got oral permission from his parole officer in front of Miss Gigi Thornton. And she was our witness on whether he got permission to go. That was an issue at the parole hearing, at the preliminary parole hearing. It was not an issue at trial. So I will say this to you. Mr. Goods has been in jail now for 11 months. And he was adamant, no matter what they offered, I want to go to trial and clear my name. So, and here we are again. And today is the first time since the 3 different versions of the story that I understand why the district attorney's office would not pursue rape, why they were coming to a major felony trial the morning of the trial and reduce it to 2 misdemeanors, and why the allegation of obstruction of justice was not pursued, because they did play 3 tapes in court, and on those 3 tapes are Miss Gigi Thornton, her lawyer, and Mr. Goods. And I have said from the very beginning, I represent Mr. Goods. I don't represent the other parties involved in this. And so what we had was a woman scorned. Miss Thornton got on the stand and said that everybody was threatening her and his family was threatening her. My thought is, here are 2 exhibits with which we produced this morning showing she has contacted them consistently and incessantly. The family members that she contends threatened her since we left that trial on Monday. There's a text message which she sent to witness number 2 where she's saying, I'm going to go and tell them that I don't want Mr. Goods revoked. I want, I want to leave all this behind me. I don't know what the story will be tomorrow, but that's what it is today. And then there's a second thing there, a second text there, which proves everything that Ms. Thornton said this morning is true. There's a text where she says to him, you're not calling me back. I'm upset that you dealt with these other women. You would not call me back, but if you don't call me back in 10 minutes, you're going to see how I move. That was the most, and it was after the district attorney's office gave me that text that I realized, well, that's why they're not pursuing rape, because she's threatening him before the arrest. And in the car going to Mississippi, when they stopped her for her tip, Miss Thornton was in the driver's seat. He was on the passenger side. So there was no threat of harm to her, no obstruction of justice to her, no threatening of a dating partner. And for the record, Mr. Goods filed a motion to reconsider sentence. Now, this board is well aware that a felony trial involves 12 jurors. A misdemeanor charge, you're only allowed to have a bench trial. And so we were trying as best we could to avoid a bench trial because I wanted to be able to present all this evidence before a jury. When you get to a bench trial, the district attorney's office only needed the judge to find him guilty of something so we could come before this board, which we've been trying to get to for months, to come before this board and explain he didn't do anything to Ms. Thornton. And for 11 months of his life, he's been there. To that extent, I filed a motion to reconsider sentence. The day after, I filed a motion for a new trial, a motion to reconsider sentence. I cannot file the notice of appeal until the judge rules on the motion to reconsider sentence. But we have the motion to reconsider sentence. The stamp copy is going to let you know he plans to appeal and clear his name on these 2 misdemeanor charges. We're asking this board to give him the same sentence that the judge gave him. You've been in jail 12 months, Mr. Goods, because this all happened November 10th of last year. He was arrested. You've been in jail 12 months. I'm going to give you 6 months on the first misdemeanor, 6 months on the second, and you go down to the parole board and take your chances. So as I said, we're asking this board in our position paper, we asked this board to give him 9 months on everything with credit for time served, so this matter can be placed behind Ms. Gigi Thornton and Mr. Goods.
Thanks. All right. Anybody else has any questions?
I move for an executive session.
Okay,
Byron,
yes.
Renata,
Yes.
Freeman.
Yes.
And I think we go back into regular session.
Second.
Yeah.
I don't see any, I think that concludes our business. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Byron.
All right, Mr. Good. Today I'm gonna vote to not revoke your probation. Parole. And I'm gonna add a special condition that you complete anger management, matters intervention, those type of programs once you're released. And that you have absolutely no contact with Shalane Thornton. Cannot go within a mile of.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman.
Thank
Okay, I'm gonna concur, but stay away from the victim, okay?
Yes, sir.
First off, I think it's nothing but trouble for both of y'all. So y'all
Yes, sir.
stay away from each other and you spent a year in already, so my vote is also not to revoke.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Goods, this has been very complicated all the way around. You did plead to, no, you didn't, you were found guilty of criminal activity, I'll say that. But I don't find that, Gigi's testimony at any point in this whole thing is credible. So I do agree with my colleagues. You've been in jail a year, almost a year. So my vote is do not revoke. We'll issue you a reprimand and add the special conditions that Mr. Byron went over.
Yes, thank y'all.
Look,
Thank y'all.
Thank you to each board member for hearing us.
Thank y'all. Made it.
All right, the Committee on Parole is now at Rapides Detention Center. It's Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. It is 11:02. Would the officer there at Rapides please introduce yourself? I think y'all are on mute.
Sergeant Marsh, ma'am.
Thank you, Sergeant. And we have Mr. Collins. Good morning, Mr. Collins.
Good morning, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
MICAH COLLINS, 605358.
All right, we're here for a revocation decision this morning, but well, you have counsel this morning. Ms. Brown, would you introduce yourself for the record? You're still on mute.
Bridget Brown, attorney at law on behalf of MICAH COLLINS.
And are you retained or appointed?
No, I'm not. I don't do appointed work.
Okay, so he retained. All right, Mr. Collins, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm gonna turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Collins, you have your own attorney, so we don't need to go over the questionnaire with you to see if you're eligible for appointed counsel as you've hired your own. So I'm gonna read the violation to you, and you can plead guilty, not guilty, with or without a statement. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So, and your attorney can help out at any time. If you have any questions, ask your attorney, okay? All right. I will not engage in criminal activity, nor will I associate with people who are known to be involved in criminal activity. I will avoid bars and casinos. I will refrain from the illegal use of drugs or alcohol. On 6/6/25, Michael Collins was arrested by the Lafayette Police Department for a theft felony. On 6/10/25, Michael Collins was arrested by Pineville Police Department for theft under $1,000, third offense or more felony. How do you plead to that charge?
He pleads not guilty to all of the charges, and he wishes to have the board. His statement is that the two charges have both been reduced to misdemeanors. I did not represent Mr. Collins on the charges. His attorney for that sent a letter to the board, sent it to me yesterday, and I immediately sent it to the board. Both of the charges were dismissed yesterday. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. Both of the charges were reduced to misdemeanors yesterday. So I immediately sent that to the board when I got it, and that's why you got it at the last minute. And I sent a copy to Mr. Jacob Neal, his parole officer, and I never heard anything back from him, but I sent a copy to both parties to really see if the board would give him a reprimand as opposed to having a hearing today on final revocation.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Collins, well, tell me this, why were you taking these things? Why were you taking the iPad?
Your Honor, I don't know if this is in my paperwork, but I'm a veteran, and there was one of the medications that I was taking was Xanax for my anxiety. I have major depressive disorder. It's diagnosed. And I do remember going in Best Buy and purchasing these iPads. They were in a bag and everything. I went to the customer service and everything. Now they're saying that I took them. I don't remember that at all. I don't.
Okay, I got you. All right, bud. All right, and the other violation was I will pay supervision fees in the amount set by Louisiana Department of Corrections pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute. Payments are due the first of each month. You're currently $252 on arrears. How do you plead to that charge?
He pleads not guilty. Will you explain why you're $200 in arrears, Mr. Collins?
Well, I'm indigent. I just got the support. Well, I didn't know that I had I knew, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't. My dad had stepped in and he started helping me with everything. I didn't want to ask for help. I was trying to do things on my own, and he's now stepped in and he's willing to help me with whatever I need. I should have just asked.
Okay, so I have no other questions.
No question.
I haven't. Ms. Brown, is there anything else you'd like us to know before we continue?
No, Madam Chairperson, just that Mr. Collins, I asked a question a few minutes ago, was I retained? Actually, no, he did not retain me for this hearing. Daddy actually hired me to proceed parole hold bond for him, which the board declined to give, which the preliminary hearing officers declined to give him. I'm here basis this morning because I was familiar with the facts of the case, and I was familiar with the fact that they were going to, based on his military service and the fact that he's had this medication, that they were going to allow the charges to be reduced to misdemeanor theft. And so he didn't retain for this matter. I'm strictly volunteer as a courtesy to his father. And I'm asking the board whose hands he sits in his father's hands. His father is, I guess you say he and his sister are only children, only son, only daughter, and the father's pretty involved in their lives. So I would ask this court to allow him to get a reprimand, 30 days in jail with credit for time. I don't know how long. How long have you been in jail, Mr.
5 months, 4 months.
5 months with 5 months in jail with credit for time served. I would ask for that.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you'll pay Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Collins, you pled guilty to the charges. You already also admitted that, you don't really recall, but you do recall getting it, and you're on for theft. So my vote today is to revoke. I find you in violations of condition number 4.
Mr. Byron.
I concur with Mr. Freeman for the same reason.
As do I, Mr. Collins. My vote is to vote for the same reasons stated by Mr. Freeman. Would you like to?
Yes, board. Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes, board. I actually have a bid
Good morning. No, yeah, I'm asking you. Good morning. We are now at the State Police Barracks. It's Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. It's 11:15 a.m. Good morning, Captain. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, y'all. Captain Pat Washington, State Police Barracks.
Home alone again, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. James, good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is CHAKHA James, 409338.
You a little nervous today?
Yes, ma'am.
I can tell.
Yes, ma'am.
Been through this before. You know how it's going to work. Your attorney is here with us in Baton Rouge. I'm going to ask her to introduce herself for the record.
Good morning, Board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project, representing Mr. Shockman.
Okay, thank you. And you can see on Zoom, we also have Mr. Hundley with the Parole Project, your brother Joshua Brown, and then also Melita Vinay. I don't know if I said that right, but we'll be hearing from those folks shortly. Here representing the DA's office in Rapides Parish is Mr. Derek Johnson. So, Mr. James, let me just read some identifying information and I'll ask you to confirm it. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra. He'll take the lead on handling the interview. It's a little different what we did. You were seen before a parole panel back in 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
You were denied, but you had 2 votes to grant and 1 vote to deny. So, but we do it a little different now. So let me just get started. So, Mr. James, you're classified as a first felony offender, currently serving a life sentence for second-degree murder conviction in Rapides Parish. Your parole eligibility date was May 28th, 2020. Is all that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Mr. Barra?
Mr. James, tell us a little bit about what you did to get yourself in jail and why you think now's the time for us to release you.
Well, the night of the crime, sir, it started off with me and my 2 younger cousins. We was at my grandmother's house and we was on our way to his sister's house. And when we got there, prior to that, we had already started drinking. We were drinking mildly. And when we got there, we had ran into 2 more individuals. And so we started hanging out with them, with whom I didn't know at the time. And we ended up drinking. Later on that night, we ended up crossing paths with Miss Shelby. And she came with some alcohol to sell some alcohol. And that night, we didn't have anything to pay her with. She wanted some drugs. We didn't have the drugs for her. So the alcohol was ended up being taken from her and she left. We stayed out that night. We finished drinking. About 2 hours later, Miss Shelby and my uncle came back. And they didn't have anything at that time. So she just had some jewelry. And she showed everybody the jewelry. She gave me the jewelry. I looked at it. I gave the jewelry back. Prior to that, the 2 other individuals that I didn't know, they got mad. And a fight broke out. And Miss Shelby, she fought back, which she had the right to fight back because it was a bad moment for her. She didn't know what to do. She was just trying to defend herself. And I ended up hitting. I hit her and the fight proceeded. and it didn't turn out for us. So after the fight broke out, everybody left. I left. We went back to the apartment to where they was at, but I didn't stay. I ended up leaving the apartment. I ended up going back out there to Michelle because I knew it wasn't right to leave her out there by herself like that. So I got my uncle to call the ambulance for her. And I still stayed until the ambulance came. And the ambulance took her. And that's when I left and I went home. The next morning, that's when I got arrested. When I got arrested, I admitted to my participation in the ordeal. And that's what happened. But since then, while being incarcerated, I took my change. I started my change, I did everything, did all my classes, I finished school. And I did it just before the juvenile bill come out. I started my change before then. And I started that because, I didn't want my grandmother to feel like to go through the changes that somebody asked her and she remembered, bad things about what her grandson did. So I started my change. And I did that not just for me, but to show everybody that I wasn't that individual that I was back then. And I proceeded with that to this day. So that's the reason why, if granted, that I would like to be granted parole through this humble board because of my change.
What's your day like in prison? What do you do every day?
Staying out of trouble is the big thing. So what I do to proceed with that is I do mechanic work. I stuck with that. I stuck with that because it was something that I felt comfortable with. Other than taking my classes, which I proceeded in that. But just surrounding myself around positive people. And it was tough. I ain't gonna lie, it was tough, but I took a knee and I got through it.
Through all the classes and positive people, what's the most important thing you think you've learned about yourself?
Forgiveness. And I can say that because I had to learn to forgive what I've been through with my family, with my mother, dealing with that, because I've been angry about situations like that for a long time. So in order for me to be forgiven, I had to forgive. And I had to grow and move on with that. But I'm just proud of myself for what I've accomplished. I accomplished a lot.
What was the best class you took?
The best and the most emotional class that I took was writing accountability letter. And I can say that because it put me in a place with what Miss Shelby was going through, not knowing that I could never imagine what Miss Shelby went through. No, I can't imagine that. I can't put myself through that. But just remembering everything that Miss Shelby went through, and I had a lot to say, but I couldn't say everything I wanted to say in the letter to her family, because I heard it so many. I heard her, I heard her family, I heard my family, I heard the community. And it made me realize that. And it was emotional because I didn't know where to start. It took me 6 tries to write the letter, but I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did it. And that was the most emotional class and the best class that I ever took, because I didn't think that I would have a chance to even express how I felt to the family, but other than through that class. So that was the reason why I took it, and I'm glad I took it.
Did you ever bond out, or you been in jail since the day you got arrested?
Never bond out, so I've been in jail since the day I was arrested.
30 years?
30 years.
being in jail for 30 years, you feel like you're ready for outside?
Yes, sir. I'm definitely ready. I got the support of my family, the support of my wife, the support of the church community, and they all gonna step in and help me, sir. Not along, and the parole project.
All right. Horton, how's he been over there since y'all have him at state police? He's been over there with y'all for how long?
14 months, sir. And he's been a blessing. As you know, in any institution, a mechanic is like gold. And CHAKHA is one of the best mechanics we've ever seen. He's worked here on the compound and he's currently working at Fleet. And he's doing an outstanding job for us. Any task we ask him to do, he's willing to do it. And we are proud to have him on our team.
I see you had a write-up in 2021 for contraband. What was that?
It was a cell phone. And I had that because at the time we was locked down on quarantine. And when we was locked down, we didn't have no means of, we were just in a dome, just locked down. And I was concerned at the time of my wife and her underlying conditions. And at the time, it was hard for us to put money on the phone at that time. So I was kind of in a jam, which I knew I was wrong for having it. And when they found it, I took responsibility for it. And they gave me the loss of canteen. And that was that. I never even had a chance to even use it. That goes to show you about trying to hide stuff. I wasn't good at that at all. So yeah, I took responsibility for it and never lost my trustee status. I kept that. And they gave it loss of canteen.
If I may, I will say that he has no poker face at all. So I'm sure when they found the phone, they knew it was him. He can't hold it.
We have several people here in support. We'll start with Andrew Hunley, Parole Project.
Good morning, honorable board. I've enjoyed watching the previous hearings up until this point. So hope you're having a good morning so far. Appearing on behalf of Parole Project to inform you that CHAKHA James is a client of our organization. We stood by him 5 years ago at his first parole hearing. And we continue to stand behind him today. I will say, obviously the significant difference is he has now 30 years served as a juvenile lifer, and he has made his way to the state police barracks to echo Captain Washington, something that stands out about CHAKHA from his time at Angola and now at state police barracks is he's an outstanding mechanic. So as it relates to our outlook for his long-term employability and ability to support himself and have a career, we feel like now's the sweet spot. He is still a young, healthy man that's able to go out and establish a career for himself. And we feel confident based on the skills that he's learned at Louisiana State Penitentiary and now at State Police Barracks, that we would have no problem helping connect him to a job as a mechanic where he would have no problem earning a living that would allow him to sustain living for him and his family. If he were to be released, he would come into our residential reentry program before eventually moving in with family in the Laplace area. What we will say is that CHAKHA has no plans to return to Rapides Parish. In fact, he understands that this board may restrict him from travel to Rapides Parish or living in Rapides Parish. And, we think that is a good part of his long-term reentry plan as he plans to make his life in South Louisiana. If he is granted parole to Parole Project, we would ask that he remain with us through phase 1 and phase 2 of our program before moving to his long-term address. Because of his ability to have a job and have a career, we look forward to transitioning him to that address after phase 2. But for the first 2 phases, he'll have access to our life skills programming, learn technology skills, communication skills, and eventually, before he transfers to that long-term address, he would have access to our staff social workers, where they will they've already done a substance abuse assessment on him, and they'll do another assessment once he's released. He'll be expected to follow through on a reentry plan and a long-term sobriety plan and plan of action that's developed by our staff social workers. We will commit to a minimum of 1 year case management to CHAKHA, but of course, as all Parole Project clients, once a client, always a client. In summary, we have a lot of confidence in CHAKHA. We've seen a lot of the juvenile lifers over the last several years who've been released have come through our program. Based on what we know about CHAKHA and his institutional compliance, we have a great deal of confidence in his long-term ability to be successful. But Parole Project is here to stand behind him and aid him in his reentry if he should be granted parole today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll hear from Joshua Brown, your brother.
How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? Like I say, I'm CHAKHA's brother. Like I say, I know I could speak definitely for his growth as well as the other individuals have spoken. Coming from where he's come as a child, like I say, we were separated at a young age, him from my father, and I think that probably contributed to some of the anger he's been dealing with at a younger age. That might have contributed to his issue in getting incarcerated, but definitely seeing his process from LSP to where he is now. Seeing that he's grown and as an adult and learned some skills, I would say he's definitely progressed. He's definitely got a support system with me and Velita, his fiance or his wife. So I think that I definitely seen a change in him myself.
Thank you. All right. I will hear from Ms. Melita. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melita Vinette. I am the companion of CHAKHA James. We've been together for 6 years, and I thank you for hearing us today and giving us the opportunity to speak to the man he is today. My husband is a quiet, reserved, loving man who is extremely talented and has a gift for working on cars. Throughout our time together, he has taken time out to pour into me and my family, helping me rear my kids during difficult times. And I've had the opportunity to help him, especially during this journey. I am a licensed and ordained minister. I've had another licensed minister to agree to work with us to move to a lifetime together outside the prison. I have a stable home to provide for CHAKHA. I own my own home, and I've been on my job for 13 years. I can provide financial assistance until he finds employment. I can provide a safe environment for him to live. I will continue to counsel and minister to him as well as through the church. My son is also a law enforcement officer and can help CHAKHA with adjusting back into society. If he is granted parole today, that will be a blessing to me and my family, and we thank you for considering all of things in your decision today.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you for having. So what I provided, but obviously y'all have received my briefs and the exhibits. And what you'll see in the interview with Chakha today is quite different from the 17-year-old young man he was in 1995 when he committed this crime. What I'll spend a little time talking about today is the things that I think particularly stood out to me, especially in my talks with Chakha, in reviewing his institutional record and getting a real understanding of his early life. And I believe you'll see in someone who was young and really lacks resources and really the foresight to see that he could have gotten a better life for himself, better than what he saw in front of him and his family. And a young man who had begun to really mask his pain and struggle with drugs and alcohol. I personally wasn't born into the type of family and circumstances that Chakha was born into. Drugs, drug abuse, physical abuse, and emotional abuse, poverty, food insecurity, housing instability, neglect, and rejection. All this was the norm for Chakha in the 17 short years of his freedom. And Chakha began to be shaped and molded in these things and in his own insecurities, and started following and interacting with the wrong people. And I think that's what we see here today. When Chakha was arrested, as he stated, and I believe I provided some of that to you, he took responsibility for his part in the crime. And even with his struggles in understanding the court proceedings, he admitted to his participation. And that although as one of the youngest in the groups, the outsider, and admittedly the slower to understanding, he was given the longest and the harshest sentence out of everything. And so much that the other participants in this crime have long been released, which was established in previously. That alone, being the only one given a life sentence, the only one told he'd never go home, could have definitely led to an incarceration filled with anger and resentment that could have easily been reflected in his disciplinary reports. But that didn't happen. In almost 10,000 days in DOC incarceration, Chakha's had 11 babies. It could have been an incarceration filled with hatred and loss of hope, but that didn't happen. Like he said, he focused on his grandmother and not wanting her to have to explain that this was her grandson based on the worst day of his life. The facts of the crime would never change, but Chakha was committed to personally changing himself. What y'all thought today is the most talking that you'll probably ever see with Chakha. He's so quiet. And so much that it took him 6 long years to complete the GED test because he forged through it by himself. He didn't get tutors, he figured it out, he went to classes. He struggled and he persevered. The next step led to his passion, and he's grown in more ways than one. Graduating from auto mechanics school in 2007 and working in ASNR for a little over 15 years, it wasn't just a job. It provided him the ability to work on his communication skills. As he got better in his craft, he built confidence. And finally, it allowed him to be able to mentor others in his field. And not from a place of wanting recognition or accolades, but from a place of like sharing in his passion with others. And he did all of these things and was 21 years into his incarceration before legislation even gave him the opportunity to go home. So he really did it from the right place and for the right reasons. All his hard work and his exceptional work ethic are the reason that he was selected to work at the Louisiana State Police Barracks. His assignment at the barracks, and you'll see from the Louisiana State Trooper, First Class Benjamin Jacks, his letter. He offered that these people in this position are the most highly screened. And it's because of the equipment that they work with, and obviously because they have to have the utmost respect for law enforcement and their safety, because the vehicles that they work with on the test track go through very high intensity training, and now the vehicles he works with now are in society that our officers use. Since his last hearing, you'll see in the brief he's done victim awareness. He spoke about the victim awareness letter training that was so impactful to him and to Puko before he went on to the State Police Barracks, which was kind of part of what the previous board wanted to see more time and a few more classes, and he did complete those before going into the barracks. And he talked to you all about how humbling and heartbreaking but necessary the process of the victim accountability letter was. What he didn't talk about was that more than half of the class dropped out because of how intense it is to write that letter and have to say those things in front of other people. But it further shaped him to the man and enforced the person that he is today. and granted parole, as you know, what Andrew has said, he would come to the Louisiana Parole Project. At his particular age, he has a few more decades that he can work, pouring into Louisiana's economy as a consumer and tax-paying citizen, because obviously his skills will have him in a mechanic shop. And you'll see in one of his letters from his supervisor that the BRT is personally going to put in some words at some particular places to try to get him into a shop once he gets out. And a good tithes-paying citizen, as you see, because it's like when we should be church. And as the trooper said in his letter, he believes that CHAKHA will thrive in whatever he does out here. I believe that he's no longer a threat to society and now is in a place to be an asset and not a liability. Today, 30 years past the 17-year-old he was in 1995, CHAKHA comes before you with the full support of Louisiana Parole Project, the family that you see in front of him, a church community, and law enforcement officials that he's been able to work with. If given the opportunity, obviously the Parole Project in their commitment to public safety would take into and take any recommendations that you give for any additional support y'all think. And I'm available for any questions. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, we also have Mr. Derek Johnson from the Rapides District Attorney's Office in opposition. Mr. Johnson?
Good morning, Honorable Board. My name is Derek Johnson. I represent the 9th Judicial District of the Office of Philip Terrell. Our office is still opposed to any early release consideration for Mr. James. We heard a lot of things today. Obviously, I wasn't there 30 years ago. All I could do is read the packet. And upon reading the packet, it says that Mr. James was the ringleader. It says that it was Mr. James' idea to go and rob the victim. And after that, what we failed to hear today is that Mr. James went back out there, him and another co-defendant, and continued to beat on the victim and that's how she suffered her wounds and she died. I didn't hear Mr. James say anything about that he took responsibility, that it was his idea, without him going there, without his idea, none of this wouldn't have happened. I didn't hear anything about any responsibility today. And therefore, for those reasons, our office is still opposed any early consideration for Mr. James.
Thank you. All right, do any of my colleagues have any questions for Mr. James?
I don't know. How old were you when this crime was committed?
17, sir.
17. And the guys with you, what was their age range?
I didn't really know him, sir. That was my first time being around him.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions.
I based on the records that I was able to pull for it, there 2018, and then there's one other one where it conflicted between 17 and 18 at the time. Thank you.
Well, Mr. James, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Byra?
Well, Mr. James, I've looked at your case really closely, and I see that you have a low Tiger score, that you have, and that's a risk score, that you have good programs, that there's no documented victim opposition, and that the state police barracks officials have wrote letters on your behalf. So taking that into consideration, I'm going to vote to grant your parole with the special conditions that you attend AA and NA weekly, that you follow a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. that can be modified for work purposes only, that you attend the outpatient substance abuse treatment, follow all their recommendations and parole project recommendations, and that you stay with the parole project for a minimum of 1 year.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I also want to stress that, first off, I want to say that, I voted against you in 2022. I think you remember that. And we told you to go back and get some more classes, and you did exactly what we asked you to do. You went back, you got some more classes. You hadn't had any write-ups. I know that was my concern back then, was that write-up that was in close proximity. So my vote today is going to be to grant to the parole project with the conditions that Mr. Barra stated. And I also want to stress that I want you to do at least 1 year there and complete both phase 1 and 2. And furthermore, I want you to stay out of Rapides Parish.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. James, I'll have to say I'm very proud of you. I enjoyed listening to you today and talking to you and hearing about you. I'm impressed. As you said, you started to work on you early on before you ever knew you'd have this opportunity, and that is very impressive to me. And when you got denied last time, you didn't give up.
No, ma'am.
I know how working at ASNR is quite a feat. So I'm really impressed. So my vote is the same as my colleagues to grant your parole. With all those special conditions, you got a lot, but I think you'll do well. Good luck to you. I'm not going to add it as a condition, but I would suggest that with your wife and your church community, that you do try to speak to some at-risk youth and help them out.
That's my plan, ma'am.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Captain, we're going to sign off. It's 11:46.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have a great day. Hold on, Shaka. Hold on.
All right, we are now at Orleans Justice Center at 11:48 on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. And we have Mr. Wendell Lewis.
Yes, how you doing? Yes.
Would you, so introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Wendell Lewis, DOC number 7044696.
All right, yes, sir. And you're represented by counsel this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Amanda Madigan. I'm an attorney at Orleans Public Defenders. Thank you so much for having us today.
And we have also a client advocate, Mr. Terry Pierce. Thank y'all for being here today. So, Mr. Lewis, you're here for a revocation decision this morning. Your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on the proceedings. So I'm going to read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a discussion about it. And when we're done with your pleas, we'll hear what your attorney has to say. Okay. Okay. So you're accused of violating condition number 3. It reads, you failed to live at the address on your certificate or where you verbally advised and where your agent, Agent Gerard, last physically observed you living. On October 17, 2024, Agent Gerard attempted to serve several arrest warrants at your primary residence where your ex-girlfriend advised you had moved out. So how do you plead to violating condition number 3?
Mr. Lewis pleads not guilty.
Okay. Then we have condition number 5. You failed to not have in your possession or control any firearms by evidence of your arrest in social media account TikTok. So how do you plead to violating condition number 5?
Mr. Lewis pleads not guilty.
And then lastly is condition number 10. You failed to make a single payment in an amount set by the Department of Corrections by evidence of your arrears of $432. On July 21st, your arrears are $873 and still no payment was ever recorded. So how do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Not guilty.
Okay, well, let's hear what's happened. You want to talk about each one. So the first one was alleges that you moved, and Miss Madigan, you can respond if you want, that he moved from his address of record.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all taking the time today. I do want to begin by just saying throughout my initial visits with Mr. Lewis, our case preparation, our meetings, he has really shown himself to be an incredibly kind and earnest young man. And because Mr. Lewis has approached our attorney-client relationship with such respect, and since I felt that so strongly over the course of now almost a year, 11 months since he's been incarcerated, I've really had the privilege of getting to know him during this period of incarceration. I do also want to emphasize that I was in touch with Agent Gerard throughout the course of these proceedings, and he emphasized to me, as well as the officer who conducted the preliminary hearing, that he really has had a good, sustained relationship with Mr. Lewis, who also approaches his relationship with Agent Gerard with a great deal of respect. He emphasized that Mr. Lewis does stay in touch via the phone, comes to meetings, submitted to compliance checks and things like that. I have spoken with Mr. Lewis about the address issue, and he does understand why it is essential to keep his address up to date, even if there are kind of last minute shifts in relationships, why it is important to not just stay in touch with his agent via the telephone or visits at probation and parole, but why it is important to immediately update him about any major changes. When it comes to the next allegation of social media, I think while this allegation absolutely does speak to some changes that Mr. Lewis needs to make while on parole, I don't think that this allegation or any of these allegations merit full revocation. Mr. Lewis and I have also discussed this, and he really understands that parole is an opportunity to really focus on personal and professional development. It's not a time to be on social media, and it's certainly not a time to posture to your friends. Mr. Lewis understands very well that he cannot have a weapon on parole, and throughout compliance checks and meetings with Agent Gerard, he has never been found with a weapon because he's never had a weapon while on parole. He understands that he cannot post old photos to social media, and again, that parole is really not an opportunity to be focusing on those things. For those reasons, Mr. Lewis has been working very closely with Mr. Pierce. Mr. Lewis has conveyed his commitment to making those changes. And I'm confident if you re-release him onto parole, you are not going to see someone who is on social media, who is spending, his time doing things like that, but you're going to see someone who devotes himself to healthy re-entry with the support of Mr. Pierce, with a particular focus on personal and professional development. Mr. Pierce has connected Mr. Lewis with the First 72 Plus, which is of course a respected and successful organization in the area. And I'll let Mr. Pierce speak to those resources once you all are ready to hear from him. I think, the piece that I wanted to say is just that in my time knowing Mr. Lewis over this last year, I think he has shown himself to be eager, to be committed, ready to reconnect with his family and his community. And he understands that parole is a privilege and an opportunity, and he's really ready to engage with parole in a solid way. So I do want to reiterate, I do not believe that these allegations merit full revocation. I will be asking this board to reinstate him on parole. I'm confident that Mr. Lewis will make the best of it. And again, I will let Mr. Pierce address some of the resources that they have spent time tailoring to Mr. Lewis's particular interests and needs when you all are ready.
We're ready. Mr. Pierce?
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing me to speak on in support of Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis and I have been communicating approximately 10 months of these 11 months he's been incarcerated. And he expressed to me that he has made a few errors in trying to re-enter back into society. He's been locked up for several years. And once he came home, he went straight to his family. And our families, you know, they try their best to help guide people, and we do our best. But we don't have the hands-on support like First 72 does. These people are experiencing in dealing with re-entry programs and teaching guys how to maneuver in society. Mr. Lewis had this difficult problem. He had a construction job when he first came home. And it was only once the job was finished, he was out of work. He had been trying to find employment elsewhere where he fill out applications. And once they do the background check, there's a problem. He's an ex-convict. Now we have a law that just passed in Orleans Parish where they are no longer going to be able to do background checks because the box has been eliminated, so the background check will not be a part of it either. So Mr. Lewis will be able to find employment with the help of us and the First 72. Mr. Lewis expressed to me that that was his problem in terms of getting the proper guidance, you know, in terms of being released from prison and knowing how to maneuver. Things change in a matter of months. I'm pretty sure he understands what's really going on right now. And I myself will stay in contact with Mr. Lewis. We'll see to it that he makes sure to enter these programs, make sure he seek employment, and probably make sure he get employment, because we have connections with certain organizations that are willing to help us gain employment for our clients. So we ask the board to please give Mr. Lewis an opportunity at this moment to make a difference with himself and out here in society. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lewis. So I have a couple of questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
So I saw the TikTok pictures and I very clearly see a weapon. Explain that.
Any old pictures, I never had no control of any weapons since I've been out.
Say that again?
See old pictures.
So you're saying they're old pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So
I got a question related to that too. If they're old pictures, why do you have them up there currently?
I never had no weapons around me.
Well, in the pictures are weapons.
That was mistakes that I made by posting them, but they're old pictures.
Well, why are they still up there to be viewed?
But I've been in here, I ain't out there able to delete them.
But they were out there when you were on parole. So
that was the mistakes that I made.
Okay. You in a gang?
No, sir.
Why you always gang signing?
Oh, no mistakes. I ain't in no games.
Okay.
Anything else?
But why they call you Big King? Is that your name on the street?
And that's a music name.
Okay. All right.
And if I could add just one final thought briefly, I just think there is a tremendous amount of pressure on young people to be engaged in social media in ways that are popular or viral. And obviously we've discussed, and Mr. Lewis has said this was a mistake, posting these old photos. I would suggest, if you all were to give Mr. Lewis a chance and reinstate him on parole, we would be open to a condition of deleting social media. I think that would be an appropriate step forward, where Mr. Lewis would not sort of, be engaged or be taking in these videos that, of course, we know consume young people's attention to a great degree, and would really be able to focus on his professional development.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? No? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Lewis, so I think we're ready to vote, and I'll be voting first. I do find you guilty of violating all those conditions, 3, 5, and 10, even though I acknowledge you pled not guilty. But what I'm looking at, there's a preponderance of evidence that you are guilty, so my vote today is to revoke your parole. Mr. Barra?
I concur with Ms. Nanata for the same reasons.
And Mr. Freeman?
I concur. You're on for possession of a firearm. So it looks like you would know that you shouldn't be around any firearms, whether they're fake or not. So my vote is to revoke.
Today, your parole is being revoked, Mr. Lewis. Good luck to you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon. We are reconvening. We're at Dixon Correctional Institute. And Warden, would you and your staff introduce yourself for the record?
Emily Smith, Assistant Warden Programming.
Donald Cavalier, Classification.
Xavier Shorts, Reentry.
Ashley Bradley, Records. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Christopher Thomas, DOC number 774-333.
All right, thank you. Your case has been assigned to me, so we'll just jump right in. But first, I want to acknowledge that we have some folks here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, representing Mothers Against Drunk Driving. We have Sunny Wall, and we do have the victim's sisters, Gabrielle Akins, Joan Robinson, stepfather Antonio Akins, father Reginald Bailey, and Aunt Chiquita Robinson. And for those who've indicated they'd like to speak, we're going to ask them to do so. But first, let me read some identifying information into the record. So, Mr. Thomas, you are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in November 2022 of vehicular homicide. You received a 14-year sentence. Your parole eligibility date is January 10, 2026. And a few months later is your mandatory release, good time, June 9th, 2026. Does that sound accurate to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Thomas, this is your opportunity to tell us, you know, how'd you find yourself in that situation where you, what did you do, and why do you think we ought to consider you for an early release?
Yes, ma'am. One thing I can say is before I was incarcerated, I wasn't taking the full responsibility for what happened that night. I looked at it more like an accident. I didn't take as much accountability as I should have. After having a lot of time to think while being incarcerated and going through the classes I've gone through, I've realized that I made a very huge mistake by drinking and driving, and it's everything about it is my fault. And I learned that I do have a problem when before I was ignorant about it, to be honest with you. I have a problem with alcohol. I was in denial about it before I come to jail or prison, sorry. And I've had a lot of time to work on that, and I still have to work on that, and I'm very aware of that. I've been in the AA meetings, and I've gotten a lot better at asking for help. This is something that I never did before, to ask for help, and it's something that I've learned while being incarcerated that I had to get better at, is asking for help, and it's something that I've gotten a lot more comfortable with. Before I come to jail, I was a productive member of society, and when I get out of jail, I still want to be a productive member of society. I feel like there's a lot of things that I'm missing out on. You know, my family, my son, things that I need to make amends on. Restitution, I know I need to start working on pay. There's a lot of things that I need to catch up on, and you know, being incarcerated it's just, I don't finish saying this, but being incarcerated has taught me a lot of things that I probably would have ignored before coming to jail. It's taught me a lot of discipline about what I need to do in life and what I was doing wrong in life. You know, I understand the severity of my charge. Alexis lost her life because of me, and I've hurt her family dearly. And that's something I hope I can make amends with in the future. That it's gonna take time. And I understand that. I just hope that one day, you know, Miss Jones can forgive me. I hope that they, you know, they realize that I have been punished from this, that I will never drink like that again. But it's something that I'm gonna have to work on. Yeah, I'm gonna need help when I get out. And I just hope that they realize that I'm very aware of all this. That being incarcerated wasn't just time that I felt like I had to do. It was something that I've actually learned from. And I want something good to come from this. I don't want this just to be something negative that's happened in my life. I'm gonna have to search for direction for something good to come from this. But it will be my goal for something good to come from all this. And I mean, I apologize for what happened, but I take full responsibility. And I hope that she could hear me say that. Because before, I was not taking full responsibility of it. I looked at it like an accident, and that's not true. I was drinking and driving. I chose to drink and drive. That was very selfish of me. I put a lot of people's lives in danger, and I'm the result of someone's death because of Alexis's death. I'm sorry. I'm the result of her death because of it. I'm very aware of it.
Okay, we'll have some more questions for you shortly, but first, let me ask Warden Smith, what can you tell us about Mr. Thomas?
So Christopher transferred to DCI a little over a year. He was pulled from Union Parish to be a trustee as part of a swap for trustees. And he has been a level 1 trustee since August of 2024. He currently is assigned to the Department of Agriculture, so he works downtown. We've had no disciplinary issues from him since he's been incarcerated here. And he's completed a couple of programs, and it looks like he currently attends AA and NA. He's completed forklift training and pre-release and a couple other programs that we have to offer.
All right, thank you. So at this time, before we start our interview with you, we'd like to hear from the folks who are here in opposition. I'll let you guys decide who wants to go first, and whoever it is, if you just step up to the podium and then introduce yourself. Tell us what you want us to know. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Akins. I'm the victim's sister, and I like to see what I feel about what he did to my sister. I feel that he took away something that can never be replaced. I can never feel something that I cherish the most and I care for the most. My sister was the person I go to first. And I loved her very much. It was like we had a bond that could never be broken. And when she died, I would not stop crying. I could not stop crying. I was sad. I was 8 when my sister died. So being an 8-year-old, I didn't know how to react to that. So like a normal 8-year-old, I cried a lot. But overall, I feel like it shows a dream in driving as to something that can never be replaced. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for allowing us this time. My name is Sunny Wall, I'm Executive Director of Mothers Against Drunk Driving in Louisiana. And I am here on behalf of Alexis Robinson and her family. You know, oftentimes people think that they are eliminated or exempt by something bad happening to them directly, or by their own hand because of, something that they went out and did. No one typically has a thought process of, hey, I'm gonna go out and take a life tonight. But the bottom line is, a choice is made. They aren't called accidents because accidents are something that you don't mean to have happen. When you decide to get behind the wheel impaired, you're making that choice, and you are driving a 2-ton loaded weapon. And it's a matter of time for so many people out there, and unfortunately, this family is here today. Their sentence is life without Alexis. No one was given a book. Miss Jones was not given a book when she went home from the hospital with Alexis and said, here's what you need to do or be prepared for when this happens, because it shouldn't happen. It's 100% completely preventable. And it is something that, it happens all too often in our state. And, this family they're amazing. They're all, Ms. Jones is a God-fearing, loving woman full of faith, and she has endured her family, her parents, step-parents, they've endured so much. Her baby sister Gabby, who you just heard from, they have to wake up every day for the rest of their lives. When Joan goes out to speak about awareness of impaired driving, she is reopening a wound over and over again that she will have for the rest of her life, not only for Alexis' legacy or for her to be remembered, but for the sake of other people on the road around impaired driving. And it happens too much. It's too much. It's 100% completely preventable. Where accountability is held, is a good thing, but it shouldn't have to take something like this to occur for somebody to think before they do something like this, make a plan. We have so many preventative measures that could have been prevented, but it wasn't. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Robinson. The mother of Alexis. I'm here to oppose Gary Christopher Thomas, the privilege of parole. On April 2nd, 2021, Christopher Thomas made the conscious decision to go out drinking. When the clock struck midnight on April 3rd, he was behind the wheel of his truck driving at a high rate of speed, 78 and a 45, on South Sherwood Forest Boulevard. Alexis had a special bond with each of her siblings. A week prior, she did something special with each one of them. She loved her sisters. The day before the crash on April 2nd, 2021, our day started like any other normal day. I can remember it. It's just like watching a movie. You never forget the best part. I was watching my grandson, who was 8 months old at the time. Alexis wanted to try the catfish Tony from Tony Seafood. I went to pick up lunch, not knowing this would be our last meal together. We sat down, ate, and she loved it. She played with her nephew for a few and got ready to work. Got ready for work. When Alexis got ready to leave, she would say, "Bye, Mom, I love you." Those were the last words I would ever hear her say. That breaks my heart over and over again. That night, my daughter, Alexis, was looking forward to leaving work and going home to get ready for spring break vacation with her boyfriend and family. Because of Christopher's decision and resultant actions, Alexis never made it home. Alexis' death was not an accident. Christopher's actions resulted in my daughter's murder. Who was Alexis? Alexis was a vibrant 17-year-old high school senior with the promise of a bright future. She had an unrivaled spirit, maturity, and wisdom that enabled her to navigate the complexities of her high school life. Alexis was a little sister and a big sister who was greatly admired by her siblings and had a very close relationship with them. also a dynamic leader in her own rights, and showed this lead in many ways, including as captain of her high school volleyball team. Alexis was a determined individual that forged her own path. She was eagerly looking forward to starting her first semester at Southeastern University, studying kinesiology. She was already looking ahead and making plans how she served and cared for others as a physical or occupational therapist. Alexis had many plans and many dreams that now would never come to pass. As a mother, I too have dreams that would never come to pass. I would never see my child reach her goals or fulfill her dreams or even her becoming a mother herself. All I have left are memories, a few pictures, and gratefully a recording of her heartbeat, thanks to Lopa, who made the recording for me. I didn't just lose my daughter once, I lose her every single day. Every morning when I wake up, I lose her again. Every day, she is still not here, and the heartache starts over. It's never ending pain. It's been 4 years and several months, days, hours, minutes, and seconds since I've been able to hear her voice, hold her, or have a conversation with her. Alexis was only 17 with her whole life ahead of her. Mr. Thomas took everything concerning Alexis away from us. The month of April has become a traumatic and triggering season for me. Alexis was born in April, the crash happened in April, we took her off life support, and she died in April, and we buried her in April. This year, even in May, was especially painful for me. It would have been her college graduation. In May, my baby Alexis should have been walking across the stage receiving her degree. To know Christopher is up for parole and that he could be traveling on the roads again gives me great anxiety. So much so that when I'm traveling, I have the overwhelming feeling that a car or truck is going to run into me. My heart starts beating fast, I flinch or jump easily. However, I can't frighten my passengers even though I'm scared as hell. I work hard to keep my thoughts and my fears in check. The depression and anxiety are tremendous. I wouldn't wish this on anyone. This is what Christopher has done to me. On April 3rd, 2021, I asked Alexis' coach if we could do a crowd video on the football field in Sanibel High the following Tuesday. We didn't know that at the time that would be the day we take her off life support and donate her organs. That day was the true start of pain that would never go away. We still held the prayer vigil and balloon release. So many of Alexis' classmates, teachers were struggling with the loss almost as much as her family and close friends. We tried to be strong and comfort each other and keep moving through the shock of and grief. At the balloon release, while Alexis' volleyball team was taking a picture, I lost my balance and tore the ligament in my right thumb. It has never properly healed even after surgery. Not only did I end up being out of work from April 5th until July 26th, with way too much time to think about missing Alexis, but now I have another reminder of this horrible time. If Christopher had not been drinking and caused the death of my child, I would not have been on that football field to remember Alexis or help comfort her friends. I would not have to have surgery on my hand. I would not have to talk to a picture or a headphone when I want to talk to Alexis. I wouldn't feel like I'm about to lose my mind with grief or have emotional breakdowns when I'm alone. I would not have this horrible pain in my heart all the time. We would not be here today, but here we are. If Christopher had been driving the speed, he would not have hit Alexis. The crash report clearly states that he doesn't deserve to be free just yet. My child is dead, and I truly feel he has not served enough time to say he has been rehabilitated and free to drive the streets of any community. There has been no evidence of true remorse or rehabilitation, and without those, he would do this again. With parole, Christopher will get to start a new chapter while I'm stuck in the old chapter. It's not fair. We are still dealing with her death. Her father had not dealt with the loss of his baby girl. Their bond was amazing. The pain is so unreal. During the court proceedings, Christopher Thomas' attorney asked if he paid restitution upfront, could he do just 3 years? I said no, because it was not about the money. Look at it, he's done just 3 years. That was his attorney victimizing me. Justice is not for Alexis, it's for the offender. The offender gets justice, not Alexis or her family. Christopher has devastated me, my family, and our friends. I would never be the same person that I was before April 3rd, 2021. My family would never be the same. I feel lost without my child, Alexis. We are incomplete without her. I hate that he has done this to me and my family. I wake up looking at my home cameras expecting her to drive up. But to see her sister still carrying this pain in their hearts all the time, it hurts me more. I walk around with a smile on my face, but inside I'm numb, I'm angry, I'm extremely sad all the time. One of the hardest things about living life since Alexis was ill is watching her friends get older and doing all the things that she never get to do. I hate that he may get all this started over and we love doing life without him. Without true remorse and outward demonstration of rehabilitation and repentance next time, it could be you. It could be one of your it could be one of you who suffers, or maybe it's you. I know that God has the final say in all this. I pray that you make the right decision and God to deny Mr. Thomas parole at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. We appreciate hearing from you today. So, Mr. Thomas, I was pleased to hear you say early on when you were speaking, well, at the end when you were speaking, you acknowledged that it was a choice that you made, not a mistake. And that speaks volumes to me. When did you said going to prison is what made you realize you had a problem? At what point in your sentence, the period of incarceration, did you come to realize that?
Definitely after a couple years. It wasn't immediate. It was even after doing some of the classes I've done at Steve Oil, I was still honestly in denial about all of it. You know, it took me a while and a lot of reading and speaking out to other people for me to really accept it. So to answer your question, I would say a little over 2 years after being incarcerated, I was able. And
how long in the Steve Hoyle program?
I did the 6 month. I wanted to do the 9 month, but I didn't have a choice in the matter.
Right.
So they put me in the 6 month, and I almost earned all the good time there, but 90 days. And then they shipped me to Union Parish from there, which is like a work release facility. And from there, when they screened me for work release, I asked them that, or I mentioned to them that I wanted the rest of my good time, if there was a place they could send me for that. And that after about 6 months of being trustee at Union Parish, they sent me to DCI, and I've been trustee here since. And here I was able to earn the rest of my good time.
Right. You took 100 hours in parenting?
No, well, I did parenting at Steve Hoyle. That was the reentry class.
So what programs did you do there? DCI?
DCI, I did the reentry. I did the forklift class. I'm also trying to do the OSHA class. I want to be certified OSHA, for OSHA. I've also been in the AA and NA meetings, but as far as the classes, I mostly did them. I did most of the classes at Steve Hoyle. The ones that DCI offers, I basically already did Steve Hoyle.
So you mentioned you wanted your good time classes, and you did get a year of credit, about a year, I think. And so you have a good time date, which is about 8 months away, I think, in June of next
Yes, ma'am.
year. I need you to know there is, of course, the opposition we heard today from the victims, and we also have a whole numerous letters from other family members, sisters, aunts, friends, teachers, grandparents, an entire community protesting an early release for you. There's opposition from the District Attorney's Office in East Baton Rouge Parish, Sheriff's Office in East Baton Rouge Parish, the Chief of Police in East Baton Rouge Parish, as well as the Attorney General's Office to an early release for you. The District Attorney believes that you need to stay until your good time date. I tend to agree. I'm not, I know you worked hard for the good time. I'm glad you got something out, and I'm glad you have come to the realization that you're going to have to work on this for the rest of your life. You can't fall. You know what you have to do. I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
No questions.
All right, so Mr. Thomas, I'm prepared to vote. I agree with the district attorney. I think you're very fortunate that you have a good time date, a mandatory release date that's coming up soon. My vote today is going to be to deny your parole based on that and the opposition we've heard from today.
Understand.
Concur with Ms. Renata for the same reasons.
And Mr. Freeman.
I concur also, but I want you to keep going to AA and keep working on yourself because, you are getting out next year. So you need to be prepared.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Allemand? You're on mute.
Good morning.
Well, it's afternoon.
Oh, wow. Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Randolph Allemand. 444-227.
Sir, and thank you. You have counsel there with you today. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. Nelson Cantrell on behalf of Randolph Allemand. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Allemand, we have your brother Kenneth, who's on Zoom with, and he'll be speaking shortly. And also here in our position, we have a representative of the District Attorney's Office in Jefferson Parish, and he's asked to have some comments also. So I'm going to just read some identifying information into the record, ask you to verify that it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barra, seated to my left. Your case has been assigned to him. So, Mr. Allemand, you are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 23-year, 6-month sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, February 2003, 2 counts aggravated incest. You were afforded probation. That was revoked in 2006 for a new felony conviction. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish again in August of 2006 for sexual battery, and then as a habitual offender for aggravated incest. Your parole eligibility date is June the 7th, 2026, and you have a good time date, September 10, 2027. Is all that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Barra.
All right, Mr. Allemand, would you tell us what you did to get yourself in trouble and why do you feel now is a good time to be released?
Yes, sir, I can. What I done was troubling that I should have never done. Sexual battery on juvenile was definitely not the right thing. That was terrible to my family. I hurt them extremely bad. I'm sincerely sorry I done those things. It was a selfish thing to do. And it was terrible. I mean, just very terrible thing to do to my family. And I'm very sorry that I've done those things. I want to say there were thoughts that will never, it will never be in my desire ever again. I will never do that ever again. So I did take classes on sexual offense, on the risk factors, like justifiable blame and grooming and stuff like that. I'm doing a lot better as an inmate. I work for maintenance department over here. I have a job of 14 years over here working in a tool shed. About 8 of it I was a yard orderly, and about 6 of it was maintenance. I had the same job for 14 years. And I appreciate this opportunity for this parole date. I really do appreciate it. And tell you another thing too, I want to say I want to thank the DA for arresting me and for pressing the charge and stopping me, because I had a serious problem out there in the world, and I'm over that now. I took these classes. I understand how I hurt my family, and I'm never ever going to do anything like that again. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, I see that the record shows that you committed this crime while you were on supervision for another crime. What was the other crime that you were on supervision for when you committed this one?
Sexual battery or I think it was sexual battery or aggravated incest, either one. I don't remember, I really don't remember, so.
Okay.
No, I think it was aggravated incest from my nephew.
All right. What would you consider the best class that you did that you learned the most from?
Sexual battery and living in balance, because living in balance, it taught me how to control my emotions and not altering don't let anything at all alter my mind. And the sexual battery, it taught me how it hurt my family. It was a domino effect when it came to the people I hurt. That I hurt too many people. My sister, my mother, my father, my wife, my 2 kids. It taught me. I realized going through these classes that you know, the pain that I put my family through was not worth it. You know, I should have never done something like that.
Thank you. I see we have somebody in support and we have an attorney that would like to speak. So let's move on to Mr. Kenneth Allemand, your brother. Go to the attorney and come back. All right, Mr. Kenneth is not available right now. We'll go to Mr. Nelson, attorney, and let him speak.
Okay, thank you. And let me just say that Mr. Allemand was born on November 7th, 1962. And this Friday, November 7th, 2025, he will be 63 years of age. Mr. Allemand was arrested on December 11th, 2005, and has been in the custody of the state of Louisiana continuously since that date. So in approximately 1 month from today, Mr. Allemand will have spent an uninterrupted 20 years in the custody of the state. During these 20 years in the custody of the state, Mr. Allemand has been a model inmate in the Louisiana Department of Corrections and has completed numerous classes and programs successfully in connection with his incarceration. And these are well documented. On March 15th, 2019, Mr. Allemand's wife, Tammy Gilliard Allemand, died after an unexpected and brief illness. Her funeral was on March 30th, 2019. Despite all of my efforts, I was unable to obtain the permission from the Department of Corrections for Mr. Allemand to attend her funeral. Which brings us to today. If Mr. Allemand is released on parole, he will have to start his life from scratch. He's prepared to do that. He has a good support group and he has a job waiting for him. Most important to me is that he and his mother will have the opportunity to reconnect with each other. This is invaluable and this is a priceless proposition. Certainly that was far from guaranteed at the time of his arrest and during the early days of his incarceration. So thank you very much.
All right, how about Warden Smith? Do you have anything to add about his behavior or?
The only thing I can add is that, he has been at DCI since 2009, and he has maintained a job in the maintenance department on the unit he lives. His last write-up was in 2010, so he's really not a disciplinary issue, and he is a member of our, Pride program.
All right. Now we'll hear from Mr. Randall Meyer, the District Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish, and we are adamantly opposed to Mr. Allemand being released. I think all of our jobs is to try to protect the innocent people in the parish and the state, and we have to protect the most vulnerable among us, which are our children. The only way we can assure that they're protected from Mr. Allemand is to keep him in jail until his full term date. He's had 7 arrests for sex crimes against children. He's had 3 convictions for sex crimes against children and was on probation for a sex crime against a child when he was revoked because he committed another sexual battery and aggravated incest against minors. Looking at his prison record, there is a note indicating that he has taken the sex offender courses. It's my opinion that he's not able to be rehabilitated, and I think his record shows that his criminal record shows that over the many years. His most recent Static 99 from October of 2025, he's found to be a high-risk sexual offender. For those reasons, we are very strongly opposed to Mr. Allemand being paroled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. All right, we'll go back to Mr. Kenneth Allemand, the offender's brother. I think we got him now. Allemand? All right, it doesn't look like we're able to get hooked up with Mr. Allemand. Do my colleagues have any questions? No questions. If we have no questions, it's time to vote.
Time to vote, Mr. Conrad.
And I am the lead voter on this case. Mr. Allemand, I have to vote to deny your parole request today. Just based on your criminal record and how many times you've already committed these crimes. And doing it while you're on supervision, putting you on supervision, I kind of agree with Mr. Myers. The only way to stop you is to keep you where you're at. So that's my vote.
Mr. Freeman?
DA opposition, history of sex offenses and a public safety risk, I deny.
My vote, Mr. Allemand, also is to deny for the reasons that have already been stated. So your parole's been denied today, sir. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, Mr. Sinegal,
Yes, ma'am.
would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Andris Sinegal. My DOC number is 534132.
All right, Mr. Sinegal, and you have a host of people here in favor today, and I'm just going to introduce those. We have everybody's name in our record, but I will introduce those who want to speak on your behalf. So what you have counsel, I'd ask the council first. Mr. Gonzalez, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, thank you. My name is Nathan Gonzalez, and I'm with the law firm Simpson, Thatcher, and Bartlett.
Okay, and we have Mr. Yusuf.
Yes, my name is Hamza Youssef. I'm also with the law firm Simpson, Thatcher, and Bartlett.
And then we also have Nahara. I'm sorry. Would you introduce
Sure,
yourself?
my apologies. My Nahara Chowdhury with the law firm Simpson, Thatcher, and Bartlett. And I also have Marcy Geller here. I don't think she pre-registered. My apologies for that. She's
Okay.
also with the same law firm.
Okay, well, thank you. And it's my understanding that Mr. Gonzalez and Yusuf will be making a presentation, and we'll ask for that shortly. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Andrew Hundley. We have Mr. Sinegal's daughter, Andres Willis, and an uncle-in-law, Junius Andres, who's also here and wants to speak. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman, because Mr. Sinegal's case was assigned to him. So, Mr. Sinegal, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 30-year sentence. You were sentenced in Lafayette Parish in June 2008 for second-degree robbery. You have a parole eligibility date, which is February 3rd, 2026, and your good time release date is August 8th, 2030. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Sinegal. Tell me why you're incarcerated. What did you do to get yourself put in there? What were the circumstances back then that made you commit the crime? And then tell me why you think we should let you out today.
Okay, I made a bad decision. I went at the family dollar store and robbed the employee and attacked him and took the money.
Okay, why should we let you out today?
Okay, I'm sorry for what I did. I take full responsibility. I'm not the same person I was 20 years ago. I work hard to rehabilitate myself and to stay out of trouble.
Okay, well, see, I'm gonna have to drag stuff out of you. You're not much of a talker. But we're gonna hear from everybody, and then we'll get into the interview with you. So let's hear from Andrew Hundley at the Parole Project. Mr. Hundley.
Good afternoon, Andrew Hundley, appearing on behalf of Mr. Sinegal to commit to the board that our organization has accepted Andris as a client in our residential reentry program. As you're aware, he's been incarcerated for a couple of decades. We stand by ready to, if he's granted parole, provide him mentorship and array of other services that the board's aware that our organization provides. I can tell you that we believe that he's an exceptional candidate for parole based on his institutional record. As you probably see, he's been without disciplinary report for about 15 years. He's a member of the Pride program at DCI, along with being able to display that he's had an excellent work record and institutional programming record there. And as you can see, he has incredible support from his family if he's given the opportunity to release. Our organization stands by to aid in his reentry. In particular, our staff social work team has already interviewed him and has a sobriety plan ready to put in place for him. Upon release, he would immediately come to Louisiana Parole Project's residential transitional housing program in Baton Rouge. We would request that he remain with us for a minimum of 90 days so we can begin that sobriety plan and ensure that our staff social work team is comfortable to transition him. But because he has a strong family support in Abbeville and a job waiting on him there, we're asking the board after a minimum of 90 days, but perhaps longer if our social work team decides he needs a little more time to allow him to transition to live with his son around his family where that job is waiting on him. And then we would have initially weekly check-ins during the first 6 months and then monthly check-ins through the end of phase 5 with our program. Long story short, we believe Andris is an exceptional candidate for our reentry program if he's given a second chance. He's demonstrated within the prison that he can comply with rules and with structure, we believe, and with the maturity now with a little more age, that he's going to be an exceptional candidate for parole if given an opportunity. I'll stand by ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's hear from ANDRIS Willis, your daughter.
Hello, how you doing? My name is ANDRIS Willis. I currently work for the city of Lafayette as a dispatcher. And I am the youngest daughter of ANDRIS SINEGAL. I have been very close with my father my entire life. And from my earliest memories, he has always been a loving and present parent. When I was a child, he would take me on long drives around Lafayette and surrounding areas. Those rides weren't about just the destination, they were about the times we spent together. Over the years, my father has always been thoughtful and caring and supportive. Since his incarceration, I have continued to spend time with him regularly. During our visits, we share meals, talking, play simple games, like toss, the ball back and forth. These small moments carry a great meaning. I'm sorry, I was going to use it. These small moments carry a great meaning as they reflect the warm love and connection we share as a family. One of the most meaningful parts of his life is the relationship he has with my daughter, Jaylani, who is 3 years old. He adores her grandfather and looks forward to every visit. Their bond is very strong, and his presence brightens her spirit as well as mine. My father has shown me not only how much he has grown, but how deeply he regrets his past choices. He has adjusted to new challenges. He continues to show responsibility and determination. He talks often about wanting to complete this chapter of his life and move forward as a whole positive person. He talks even more about how his relationship with God has changed and developed. How he prays every night for forgiveness, regretting that he can't go back and change what he's done. He's learned to channel his regret and remorse into hope and positivity. He wants to improve himself and make sure he is there as much as he can be for our family. If he is granted parole, I will personally support him in every which way that I can. I have a vehicle that I can let him use, and I will assist him with his daily responsibilities. I am committed to doing whatever is necessary to help him succeed. My goal is to spend as much time with him as possible, ensuring he has support, structure, and stability. He needs to build a positive future. I am confident that my father will continue on this positive path if given the opportunity to do so. He has the unwavering love and support of his family, and we are fully committed to helping him succeed. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you have any questions or are required any additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, Warden, I'm sorry, I skipped over you. What do you have to say about Mr. Sinegal?
So Andris has been here since 2008. He's been a trustee since 2018. He currently is an orderly, his job title administration, building cleanup. He's basically our car wash orderly. So, he works very hard during the hot summer months and during the cold winter months, washing cars. Never really complains, not that I hear anyway. He has completed an extensive amount of classes, as you can see, and we've had no disciplinary issues with him.
Thank you, Warden, I appreciate that. Okay, and now we're gonna hear from your attorneys. Y'all can decide who goes first, and let's see what y'all have to say.
Thank you. It'll just be me speaking today.
Okay, thank you.
In 2004, while high on cocaine and alcohol, Mr. Sinegal made a grave mistake in robbing a family dollar store and causing a great deal of physical harm to the victim. During his 20 years of incarceration since then, Mr. Sinegal has engaged in introspection and deepened his relationship with God as he has struggled with the guilt he feels over his crime and the injuries that he caused. Today, we urge the board to recognize that Mr. Sinegal has taken accountability for his actions and is a different man now than he was when he committed his offense 20 years ago. During his incarceration, Mr. Sinegal spent 4 years living in the faith and character-based dormitory, where he reconnected with his faith and studied to deepen his understanding of God. He has said that his struggles have led him to become more in touch with his religion, and the strength that God has given him has allowed him to change and become a better person. During the many years that he has been incarcerated, Mr. Sinegal has only had 3 disciplinary infractions, with the most recent infraction occurring 15 years ago in 2010. Since then, his upstanding behavior has earned him a pride card, which he has held without interruption since 2011. He is so trusted by prison staff that he has a job outside the prison walls detailing cars. Annie Andris, Mr. Sinegal's aunt and godmother, has written that Mr. Sinegal's conversations now reflect a sense of humility, responsibility, and regret for his past actions, while Mr. Sinegal's son Clayton has said, "My father is more patient, more thoughtful, and talks openly about his faith in God." While he has been incarcerated, Mr. Sinegal has still managed to maintain close relationships with his family members. He regularly speaks to his children, his Aunt Annie, and his ex-wife Markel over the phone. When possible, his family members visit him in prison, and they are excited to welcome Mr. Sinegal back home and provide him with whatever support he needs as he reintegrates into society. Mr. Sinegal's criminal actions were completely out of character, and he was not in his right mind when he committed his crime. At the time of his crime, Mr. Sinegal used cocaine recreationally and as a way to deal with life's stresses and struggles. But during his time in prison, Mr. Sinegal came to understand the damage that intoxication can cause, and he has not used any alcohol or drugs during the term of his incarceration. Understanding the seriousness of his earlier abuse of drugs and alcohol, Mr. Sinegal has committed himself to staying sober, and he has taken courses in substance abuse, recovery from drug and alcohol abuse, and relapse prevention. He has attended Alcoholics and Narcotics Anonymous meetings and is willing to participate in any program that the board recommends. If released, Mr. Sinegal will have a strong support system standing behind him and ready to help him succeed. The Louisiana Parole Project has screened and accepted Mr. Sinegal into their program, and they will provide Mr. Sinegal with any mental health or substance abuse treatment that he may need. And Mr. Sinegal has also received an offer of employment to work as a mechanical helper. He looks forward to spending time with family and worshiping at the church he attended with his mother when he was a young boy. The person who Mr. Sinegal was when he committed his crime is not the same person he is today, and we ask that the board grant him the opportunity for a second chance.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Sinegal, let's get back to you.
Sure.
Mr. Sinegal, tell me, did you take victim awareness?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you learned in victim awareness.
I could take responsibility, accountability for my action.
Okay. And what else? I mean, what did your crime affect? Who all it affected?
And hoping the victim forgive me for what I did, the victim.
Okay. All right. What other class have you taken that influenced you the most? Tell me which class you took that you liked the best.
Faith-based on,
What's that now?
the faith-based on, the religion on.
Okay. All right, you know, you have a whole bunch of charges, but you still considered a first offender. Wasn't convicted of a whole bunch of them. And a lot of them crimes against the person. How do I know you're not gonna go out there and go back to your old ways?
I didn't change my ways. I got older and wiser.
Okay, and how old are you now?
58,
And how long you been in there?
20 years.
Okay. You do have some opposition. You got a law enforcement opposition, victim opposition. You've only had 3 write-ups. What this job, is this job a necessity that you get to it that quick? Because I'm not too keen in only 90 days at the parole project.
Yes, sir. Well, he said when I get out, he'd interview me.
Okay, because okay, so it's not that you got to be there right away. Okay. Let's see if I got anything else I wanted to ask you about. Okay. I have no further questions.
No.
All right, Mr. Sinegal, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Sinegal, like I say, it's hard for you to, you don't talk much, so it's hard for us to get out what we want to hear, but I think you took those classes and I think you listened. My vote today is going to be to grant to the parole project. Mr. Hundley, I want him there a minimum of 6 months. I really would like to see him stay there for y'all full program. I think it would help him a lot, and I think y'all probably could find him employment around here for that time. So that's gonna be my vote today. Grant to the parole project a minimum of 6 months. And also I want, when you get out, I want a curfew. 9 to 6 a.m. unless work messes it up, then you can talk to your probation officer and we'll change it. And I also want you to go to 2 AA meetings a week for the first 6 months.
Sir.
Mr. Barra?
All right, I'm similar with Mr. Freeman. I'm gonna vote to grant conditional, but I would like to see you complete the victim accountability letter prior to your release. And upon release, 1 year at the parole project, and you have no contact with co-defendant Rico Willis, that you have no contact with the victim, and that you attend outpatient substance abuse treatment.
Sir.
Well, Mr. Sinegal, my vote also is to grant your parole to the parole project transition plan. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a blessed day.
To Warden Smith, gonna sign out at 1:12. Thank you for accommodating us.
Thank you too, Warden.
All right, we got it.